I invite the member for Skeena to lead the House in prayer or reflection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Baruch atah Hashem Eloheinu melech haolam hatov v'ha metev. Blessed is the Lord, King of the universe, who is good and causes good. O guardian of life and liberty, may our nation always merit your protection. Teach us to give thanks for what we have by sharing it with those who are in need. Keep our eyes open to the wonders of creation and alert to the care of the earth. May we never be lazy in the work of peace. May we honor those who have died in defense of our ideals. Grant our leaders wisdom and forbearance. May they govern with justice and compassion. Help us all to appreciate one another and to respect the many ways that we may serve you. May our homes be safe from affliction and strife, and our country be sound in body and spirit. Amen.
Introduction by members. Minister of Education.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. As you can see, today is Pink Shirt Day, and we are all here to stand united against bullying and hate of all its kinds. And I rise today to introduce a special group of teachers and kids who joined us this afternoon for our Pink Shirt event today at the Legislature. From Ryan Reynolds Secondary, we have choir teacher Katie Kerr and the junior choir who provided a fantastic performance of Time After Time. And Tricia Heinrichsen, a teacher at James Bay Community School, also brought her grade 4-5 class, elementary class to learn about Pink Shirt Day. So I'd like the members to please join me in welcoming them, along with Councillor Sherry Thomas from the Esquimalt Nation, who provided us all with a warm welcome. Thank you.
Member for Fraser-Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce three guests to the House this afternoon, one of which is my wonderful and supportive wife, Wanda Luck. She worked tirelessly with me during our campaign this past fall and continues to be my rock and support. My two other guests are the hardworking and active New Westminster City Councillors, Daniel Fontaine and Paul Minhas. Councillor Minhas is a long-time business owner. He operates the very successful Judge Begley Tavern in downtown New Westminster and has been a strong advocate for a more responsive City Hall. Councillor Fontaine was recently appointed to the Board of Hockey Canada and has always been a staunch advocate for more openness, transparency, and accountability at the unelected and accountable Metro Vancouver. May I encourage all members to please join me in offering a warm introduction to these guests. Thank you.
Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I have some guests here from different parts of within the Ministry of Housing. Folks up that are visiting today, they all work in the different ministry offices. I want to welcome from the Deputy Minister's Office, Jana Sexton, Amy Greenwood, from the Assistant Deputy Minister's Office of Homelessness and Partnerships and Housing Supports Division. We've got Rebecca Harris, and from Assistant Deputy Minister's Office, Housing and Land Use Policy, we have Laurie Duncan. I'm hoping the House can make them all welcome today.
Member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Very much appreciated, Honourable Speaker. Today we have many teachers from across the province in the gallery participating in the Teacher Institute for Parliamentary Democracy. I myself in 2022 was a proud graduate of that program here, and the work from the Parliamentary Education Office team, Karen, Michelle, Nathan, I know you certainly changed my life, and I know the first class treatment these teachers will receive here will be one that memories they'll have forever. So please join me in welcoming these great teachers, as well as congratulating the Parliamentary Education Office staff.
Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to recognize my parents, who are also my constituents, who are here today, Jim and Nancy Boyle, who spent their lives working in healthcare while raising 3 lively children. I'm the middle, and I can confidently tell you I am definitely in the top 3 of their favorites. They taught us to be good neighbours and to contribute to our communities. They are excellent grandparents, especially as I am away from home more these days, and I I'm incredibly grateful for them. So will the House join me in making them feel welcome?
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In the precinct today, we have members of BC Association of Child Development and Intervention. BCACDI is a provincial organization that consists of a number of child development centres across British Columbia. Child development centres deliver crucial services such as speech language pathology, occupational therapy, physiotherapy. These members do really important work. I want to give a special shout out to Jason Gordon, who is the provincial advocate. Jason has ended his time as the provincial advocate, and he did really, really important work advocating for children and families across this province. And so will the members in the House please join me in thanking them and welcoming them to the Legislature today.
Member for Skeena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to recognize David and Nico from the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs. They aren't in the gallery, but they're in the building. And Emily from Simon Wiesenthal Center. They came and talked to our caucus today, teaching us about anti-Semitism. And as a Jewish woman in this place, I really appreciated everything that they had to say and everything that they taught us. I think it's especially fitting today on Anti-Bullying Day. So I just want everybody to make them feel really welcome and let them know that we appreciate what they did for us today. Thank you.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you know what we say in New West, that New Westies are the besties. It's always a good day in the House when New West is here, and I'd like to join my colleague from Fraser-Nicola in welcoming Daniel and Paul to the House. Please join me in making them welcome.
Minister of State for Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce two of my constituents that are in the House today. One of which I've known since 2008 when she flagged me down after one of my first municipal council debates when I first ran for city council, and has been a volunteer and a friend ever since, Jackie Boyer. And the second is also a really great constituent who's familiar to this House because she was here when I asked her to marry me a little while ago. And so my wife, Haven Lerbecki, would the House please make them both feel welcome.
Member for Vancouver, Kensington.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable members, I'm pleased to welcome 23 teachers from across British Columbia who are here with us for the remainder of the week to participate in the 25th BC Teachers Institute on Parliamentary Democracy, an intensive 4.5 days of professional development on democracy, politics and governance. They're continuing to expand their knowledge of our parliamentary system to return to their classrooms to better equip BC students on democracy and civic responsibilities. They're also joined by 3 of their peers who are returning in the role of facilitator, Michelle Cumberland, Michael Cook, and Lisa Reed. They're also accompanied by Jennifer Lenny, Manager of Public Affairs from the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly. Many of you will have the opportunity to meet them at lunch tomorrow, hosted by Mr. Speaker, where you can discuss civic engagement and the incredible work they do in their classrooms. I'd ask you to please make sure we make them all feel very welcome today in the Chamber. Thank you.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Our grade 4 or 5 class, all wearing their pink shirts from James Bay Elementary, has arrived now. So if we would like to make Tricia Heinrichsen and her class feel very welcome. Welcome, students.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Member for Vancouver, Prince George Mackenzie.
Mr. Speaker, I move that a bill entitled Low Carbon Fuels Amendment Act, of which notice has been given in my name on the order paper, be introduced and read for a first time now. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to present this bill in the Legislature. It's very important for workers in Prince George Mackenzie and indeed for BC's economy. In a time when trade and sovereignty issues are top of mind, we can't let BC's own laws take jobs away from British Columbian families. Flaws in the NDP government's Low Carbon Fuels Act have enabled subsidized American refineries to engage in the dumping of renewable diesel into the British Columbian market. Tidewater Renewables, in my riding, produces renewable diesel out of Canadian canola oil, beef tallow, and used cooking oils. Their parent company also operates a legacy refinery in Prince George that is part of these operations. Together, the refineries employ 165 family-supporting jobs and hundreds of spin-off jobs related to this strategic asset. The refineries in Prince George serve the forestry sector, the mines, the Port of Prince Rupert, trucking, and drivers across northern BC to keep people and our economy moving. The jobs and the strategic economic output are at severe risk due to the government's 2022 version of the Act. Tidewater has publicly disclosed that it is facing insolvency as early as March of this year. Unless a solution can be found, both the renewable diesel and legacy refinery are at risk of closure. We have limited refining capacity in this province, and losing this asset puts BC's energy security at risk. It would lead to supply disruptions, fuel price fluctuations, and an increased dependency on the United States to provide our fuels. The Low Carbon Fuels Amendment Act will close the loophole that American refineries are using to undercut our domestic production of renewable fuels in BC. When refineries outside of British Columbia are provided with production subsidies, this Amendment Act will give the Director the authority to reduce the compliance units eligible to be received by the importer into BC by an equal amount. This will level the playing field in the low-carbon fuels market here in British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, there is no carbon benefit in renewable diesel being shipped by rail from Louisiana. This bill is about saving jobs and protecting our energy security in British Columbia, and I'm asking all members of this House to join in supporting the quick passing of this bill before it's too late.
Member, the question is first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member.
Honourable Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of this House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member for Esquimalt-Colwood.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that Bill Eligibility to Hold Public Office Act, of which notice has been given in my name on the order paper, be introduced and read first time now. The bill would ensure British Columbians can have confidence that their representatives aren't collecting two separate paychecks and aren't in conflict of interest, and are focused on addressing the challenges facing people at a provincial level. This bill would bring British Columbia in line with rules in other provinces such as Quebec, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Manitoba, and Ontario. Thank you.
Question is first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that bill be placed on orders of the day for the second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Burnaby East.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to lift up an organization that is dedicated to meeting the needs of community. In 2017, Teresa Rasquina founded Ryan's Rainbow Emergency Food Outreach Society. It's a 100% volunteer-run nonprofit in Burnaby East, which provides emergency food assistance to ensure that individuals and families in need can nourish themselves and their loved ones. The heartbeat of Ryan's Rainbow is local community involvement, a collective effort of 45 dedicated volunteers who offered their time and energy. And it is the support of local businesses that power the organization's work and its impact. Mr. Speaker, among the dedicated volunteers are David and Rose Turin, Earl, Patty, and Nino, all of whom consistently help with donations pickups. Mirella, who takes care of the needs of mothers and children every Thursday by distributing diapers, formula, and other necessities for infants, toddlers, kids, and new moms. Andrea,
who picks up donations from Langley Farm Market every Thursday morning, and Tina Chacha and her team of 3 who manage clothing and furniture donations, often helping families settle into their new homes in a new country. Mr. Speaker, Ryan's Rainbow creates a compassionate and inclusive environment for everyone they serve, not only addressing immediate food needs, but also empowering individuals and families to achieve long-term food security. Often for volunteers, this is a commitment as a family and speaks to their values of love and community service. And so I'd also like to take this moment to congratulate Tina Chacha's parents, Giovanni and Satina Chacha, who celebrated their 70th platinum anniversary on February 19th. Still full of happiness, humor, and joy. L'amor che muove il sole l'altre stelle. The love that moves the sun and other stars. Dante. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Peace River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this time to feature the Fort St. John Farmers Market, BC Farmers Market Association, as well as markets all over the province, for allowing people to buy amazing grown foods, produced locally and crafted in BC. Now more than ever, we can embrace buying locally and within Canada, especially when the money stays local. We need to support and enhance the growth of farmers and their products. As a critic for agriculture expansion and food security, I was tasked to double food production, and so I asked British Columbians to embrace farmers to put great food on your tables. Farmers take pride in the products that they produce, but it is not easy to be a farmer. If it isn't the economy, taxes, Mother Nature, Murphy's Law can come and kick you where the sun don't shine. Children need to know that their food doesn't come from a grocery store. It comes from a farmer like myself and other producers. We need our children to see a future in agriculture. I would also like to feature and thank 4-H, an organization that helps teach our youth to respect others, to raise animals, and so much more. It also teaches about how to do public speaking, do demonstrations, and how to become great leaders. I was in 4-H, and it was one of the best things that ever happened to me. It's actually one of the reasons why I'm speaking right now. In 4-H, we pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, for my club, my community, my country, and my world. It's not just a product that farmers produce, it's a way of life. And this is part of who I am and where I come from. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Wandifuka Malahat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 weeks ago, on February 7th, I attended a long-anticipated event to celebrate the beginning of construction of the Little River Crossing and multi-use trail project, which will form a vital link in my community, the district of Souk, between the neighborhood of Sun River and École Poirier Elementary and Journey Middle Schools. This corridor will provide a safe alternative to a 4-kilometer journey along a very busy section of Highway 14 into a 600-meter pedestrian-friendly path, reducing the distance by 85%. It offers an opportunity for residents and visitors to my community to enjoy the natural environment as it passes through some rather difficult terrain in a forested area that also includes a 110-foot span across the Little River. Additionally, it will provide multimodal connectivity between Souk's town center and the newly constructed Ravens Ridge Sports Box, where at the grand opening, former Premier and longtime Souk MLA John Horgan proudly displayed his lacrosse skills to a number of local youth and community leaders. This project is a result of vision and dedication of many, including the Parks and Trails Advisory Committee and the Juan de Fuca Community Trails Society. Special thanks goes out to Sauk Nation Chief Larry Underwood, David Planis, and Billy Mobley for their cultural and environmental guidance. I also want to acknowledge Emma Taylor, Parks and Facilities Manager for the District of Sauk, and Laura Hooper for their leadership. This $2.7 million project is made possible by partnerships and funding support, including $1.3 million from the Government of Canada's Active Transportation Fund and $500,000 from the Province of British Columbia. Thank you to all the partners, including the Sauk School District 62, for making this vision a reality. Thank you.
Member for West Kelowna Peachland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize a remarkable achievement that has brought pride to our communities in the riding of West Kelowna Peachland. For the first time ever, the Mount Boucherie Bears senior boys basketball team has earned a place in the provincial championship following a 75-72 win against the Kelowna Owls that won the Bears the Okanagan Valley Championship title. No West Kelowna school has advanced to provincials since 1985. This achievement is a culmination of hard work, determination, and teamwork. I am proud to stand here today to support our local high school champions. Coach Kelly, himself a graduate of our high school, and his players have set an inspiring example for all of us, proving greatness can emerge when we invest in our young people. It is a testament to the resilience of our youth and shows that with dedication and the support of family, friends, and community, anything is possible. The team's qualities of resilience, skill, and determination were on full display during this historic match. This achievement extends beyond the court. It represents the spirit of my constituency and the value of positive competition. This victory is not just a milestone for Mount Boucherie School, but for the entire West Kelowna community, as the team now prepares to represent our region on the provincial stage. As the team heads to the BC Quadruple A Provincial Championships, I stand in support, eager to see them reach even greater heights. Sports such as basketball are more than just games. They teach the life skills of discipline, teamwork, leadership, and perseverance. These values are integral not only in sports, but in all aspects of life. So I ask all members to join me in congratulating the Mount Boucherie Bears, their coach, and those who have supported them. It is my pleasure to congratulate you on this hard-won success here in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and go Bears.
Member for Coquitlam-Malardville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Je prends la parole aujourd'hui pour vous parler d'un événement qui s'est déroulé dans ma vie, le Festival du Bois. Nous célébrons le 37e anniversaire du festival. Le Festival du Bois est une occasion importante pour la communauté. Nous célébrons la tortillère, la culture, la musique, la langue, l'histoire et le cœur des Canadiens français. I stand today to share with you all about the Festival du Bois. This is the 36th year of the festival, held in the heart of Coquitlam-Malardville. For over 3.5 decades, the Festival du Bois has been a celebration of French-Canadian culture, music, language, history, and food. And thank you to all the volunteers who have supported the festival for so long. They have given countless hours to make sure this festival was successful, attracting thousands of visitors every year. Their dedication brings the Festival du Bois to life. One volunteer is retiring after many years of giving so much, Johanne Dumas. Her passion to promote, celebrate, and elevate French-Canadian culture have been an essential piece of the festival. We all thank her for her dedication and know that we will still see her every year, hopefully spending more time enjoying than organizing. Merci, Joanne. We normally say that someone has big shoes to fill, but in her case, it is a big smile and an even bigger heart. I also wish to thank the incoming president of La Société Francophone de Malardville, Huja Parsan, and wish her the very best as she starts this new journey. And one final note, Gilbert Knapp, another longtime volunteer, turned 100 this year. Up until 3 years ago, she was still making the tortilla meat pies for the entire festival. So she will be there to celebrate her 100th birthday. So if you can, please join us under the big tents in Mackin Park for the 36th annual Festival du Bois on March 7th to 9th. Merci.
Member for Kootenay Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with deep humility and immense pride as the elected representative for Kootenay Rockies. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you've ever experienced the Rockies, the Kootenay Rockies, you know we don't just have it all. We have something truly extraordinary. Towering snow-capped peaks, crystal lakes, endless untamed forests, the Kootenay Rockies don't just whisper for attention, they command it. But the true heart of the Kootenays is just not the land, it's the people. Hardworking, resilient, unshakable in their commitment to their families and their industries and their communities. For generations, mining, forestry, and agriculture have built more than economy. They've built a way of life. And then there's tourism. Because once you set foot in the Kootenays, you never want to leave. Whether it's skiing fresh powder, fishing pristine waters, or playing golf, where every hole comes with $1 million view, our region isn't just a place, it's an experience. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to just talk about the Kootenay life, I actually do live it. Whether I'm boating at Lake Kootenay, tearing up back roads on my side-by-side, or carving through mountain roads on my Harley, one thing is certain, there is never a dull moment in the Kootenays. And just when you think you've seen it all, another breathtaking view appears around the bend, reminding us how lucky we are to call this place home. So to my colleagues here in the House, if you haven't been to the Kootenay Rockies yet, what are you waiting for? Consider this your official invitation. Call me when you arrive, and I'll personally show you why our home is one of the most remarkable places on earth. Being the MLA for Kootenay Rockies isn't just a title, it's a responsibility I carry with pride and conviction. I will fight for our industries, I will fight for our families, and I will fight to ensure that the voices of Kootenay Rockies aren't just heard in the House, they are impossible to ignore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last April, Charlotte Cates, the International Coordinator for Samidoun, was arrested for glorifying the October 7th attacks committed by Hamas and referred to several terrorist organizations as heroes. The Vancouver Police Department recommended charges against Cates in June, and Samidoun, her organization, was listed as a terrorist organization under the Criminal Code in October. Yet charges against Charlotte Cates have not been laid by the Attorney General, allowing Cates to act with increasing impunity. A very easy question to the Attorney General. Will the Attorney General today lay charges against Charlotte Cates?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by saying that anti-Semitism has no place in this province, in this country, in this world. We all need to do everything we can to step up every system available to make sure that we're combating anti-Semitism in all its forms. Mr. Speaker, I don't lay charges as Attorney General. The Leader of the Opposition has been in government a long time. I'm sure he knows that it's the BC Prosecution Service's job, which acts independently of government, to lay charges. But Mr. Speaker, we are doing everything in our power to combat hate in this province. Not only am I informed that the BC Prosecution Service hate crime policy now includes willful promotion of anti-Semitism. They've laid charges in a case in January 2025 in Colona. We've made security funding available to institutions like synagogues and other organizations to keep them safe. We've included bubble zone protections for Jewish schools, mandatory Holocaust education in schools, and a new anti-racism incident helpline. And that is for anybody out there that's experienced anti-Semitism to call 24 hours a day. They will receive services and get the help they need. Mr. Speaker, we all need to work together to make sure we're pushing back on any rise in anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Leader of the Official Opposition Supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yet, Weekly, we have marches here right in Victoria, chanting slogans of hate. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. Charlotte Cates is the head of a terrorist organization who advocates terrorism and celebrates the slaughter of people who were celebrating peace at a music festival. Instead of criminal charges, Charlotte Cates went to Iran to collect a human rights award. Instead of criminal charges, Charlotte Cates went to Beirut to honor deceased terrorist Hassan Nasrallah of the Hezbollah. It has been 9 months since charges were recommended. The Premier is a former Attorney General, and certainly here on Pink Shirt Day, will the Premier demand his Attorney General send a strong message that glorifying terrorism and hate has no place in BC and lay charges against Charlotte Cate?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are sending a strong message. In fact, we as a government have done way more to combat hate than any government in history in this province, whether it's passing anti-racism legislation to make sure that anti-Semitism is included in there, and that would make sure our government services are tasked to remove any forms of hate, including anti-Semitism, from their services. We've launched helplines that did not exist before to make sure people are getting the services they need and directed to the supports they need when they experience anything. We've stepped up supports to make sure that police officers know how to investigate and prosecute hate crimes. We'll be attending the National Forum on Combating Anti-Semitism that will happen coming up. Mr. Speaker, we are doing everything we can to condemn and push back on anti-Semitism in this province.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tackling anti-Semitism is more than words. It takes sustained and focused action. We in the official opposition proposed an anti-Semitism strategy during our election. It's been 16 long months since October 7th attacks on Israel, and this government says it is listening. How long does it take to listen before this government will finally start to act on anti-Semitism in British Columbia?
Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, again, we've been taking this issue seriously. Not only has the Premier, but I myself have met with many Jewish organization groups in this province to understand what tools they need to combat it, whether it's getting better security funding available for synagogues, whether it's the bubble zone legislation that protected Jewish schools, mandatory Holocaust training, the new helpline, which specifically is funding and resourcing Jewish organizations to help people that are facing anti-Semitism, or the direct inclusion in our Anti-Racism Act of anti-Semitism as part of it. This is a list of actions, and we're not going to stop. We're going to keep going, and we're going to keep going to make sure that we can push back this rise of anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Member for Abbotsford West, supplemental.
Anti-Semitism is a virus that needs to be addressed. And the shocking rise in British Columbia alone is validation enough that we finally need some action. Vancouver PD reported that anti-Semitism increased 62% in 2023 compared to 2022. To the Premier or the Attorney General, will this government adopt the opposition plan to stamp out the virus of anti-Semitism in British Columbia?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do think this is a very important topic that's being talked about today. We've been seized with every action we can take to push back on anti-Semitism. Again, I remind the members opposite, some people are new, that the BC Prosecution Service acts independently and is tasked with laying charges and doing that side in the justice system. My job is to make sure the system is tooled with what it needs to respond. We have taken action, tons of actions, and this time the Premier has tasked me with looking again about how we can make sure our hate crime policy and everything in this province is directly focused on combating anti-Semitism and all forms of hate in this province.
Leader of the Green Party.
Honourable Speaker, on December 14th, just over 2 months ago, a landslide devastated the community of Lions Bay and the riding I represent. The resulting debris flow of rocks, trees and mud buried a home, killing longtime residents David and Barbara Enns. This is a tragic loss. The bereaved son and daughter of the Enns have been denied disaster financial assistance. They were told the event was not sufficiently widespread or extensive. The family told me it seemed like an attempt to, quote, wash their hands of us because we don't have a loud enough voice. Right. The magnitude of the event shouldn't matter. We feed cynicism when our government isn't there for people when it should be. The Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Preparedness said in this House last week that disaster financial assistance criteria are currently under review, which is welcome, and I will say help with cleanup from an emergency response fund is also appreciated. However, the Enns home was their legacy for their children and grandchildren. It was uninsurable for this event and it lies destroyed. When they meet the required number of indicators in policy, which I reviewed, Mr. Speaker, why is their grieving family being denied disaster financial assistance?
Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin by expressing my sincere condolences to the family, friends, loved ones, everybody who's been impacted by the loss of two dear people in their lives. It's an incredible loss for them. And I appreciated you reaching out after the event to discuss how we can support the community. Disaster financial assistance is available for eligible, sudden, unexpected, and widespread events. If you'd like to continue our conversation, I'd welcome your feedback and come to my office.
Member supplemental.
Mr. Speaker, climate-related disasters will increase in frequency and severity in this province, leaving residents and local governments footing the bill for damages and skyrocketing insurance costs. Union of BC Municipalities called for long-term secure funding to help tackle natural hazards that are being exacerbated by climate change. So far, the BC government has not agreed to long-term funding. The province needs to take leadership and help communities confront the increasing risk of disasters resulting from climate change, landslides, as well as flooding and wildfires, as we all know. My question, again, is for the Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Preparedness. Will the province commit to long-term secure funding for communities to mitigate these disasters?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the member, I think it's a really important question about how we move forward as a province. We are experiencing increasingly severe events that are escalating due to the effects of climate change. And we know that we need to support communities to be more resilient, to be able to recover quickly, more quickly after disaster strikes. And that's why we're partnering with communities, with First Nations, to make sure that we understand the needs of communities and are meeting those unique needs, because hazards differ depending on where you are in the province. We've provided $487 million to help communities prepare and mitigate risks, and taken important steps to change the way that we respond to emergencies, including BC Wildfire Service being year-round, and additional alerts for emergency heat response and other important things. So it is top of mind for our government, and we want to continue to make those investments to keep people safe, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the early hours of this morning, a man in psychosis broke into multiple Surrey homes, and the result? An elderly resident brutally attacked, fleeing to a neighbor's house, covered in blood, seeking help. This attack is the direct result of the Premier's failure to address the crisis of untreated mental illness and addiction. 2 elections, this government has campaigned on involuntary care. How many British Columbians have to be injured, maimed, or even killed before this Premier opens a single one of his long-promised involuntary care beds.
Minister of Health.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for raising this very serious issue. And I think we are all appalled to hear of an incident like this and the kind of shock that that provides people and the impacts that it's making to people. And we know that we all want to take the steps that are needed to make sure that people feel safe in their communities and that they know that work is also being done to help people who are suffering from severe substance use addictions, who are suffering from mental health illnesses, and in certain cases are also suffering from brain injuries that are acquired after repeated overdoses. Mr. Speaker, there is a group of people out there who do present a risk not only to themselves but to others, and that is why the Premier has been very strong in his support for moving forward with secure care, and we've announced this and we've spoken about this. And the timelines have become more clear, and we know the work has to be done properly to set these facilities up. That's why
members, thank you. Minister, conclude, please.
Honourable Speaker, this is an incredibly serious issue, which is why, Mr. Speaker, we have to take the proper steps and the right steps to set up a facility under the right conditions and terms. And that's exactly what we're going to do. As we've stated before, these facilities are slated, the first to come online later this spring. We are on track and we'll be delivering. Thank you.
Member for Surrey White Rock, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister says, as stated before, as they've stated before, and nobody in this House or in this province would consider this Premier to be strong on this topic. A horrific stabbing in White Rock on the promenade. Days later, another stabbing resulting in a fatality. A decapitation in Vancouver. Moments later, someone loses their limb. A brutal assault on a Crown prosecutor. An unwell person enters a 7-Eleven, stabs somebody in the eye, and is ultimately killed by police. And this minister gets up in this House and says, be patient, we're working on it. Not good enough. Not good enough. How many more innocent victims need to suffer or die? Well, this Premier sits on his hands, and this minister fails to open one single bed for involuntary care.
Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, and I'm pleased to provide a few more details, and I hope that it will help members of the opposition understand just how seriously we take all of these issues around community safety, around supporting people who, through sets of circumstances, find themselves in a place where they are not able to help themselves in the way that we would have all hoped to see so. People know that Premier Eby has appointed Dr. Daniel Vigo
No names.
Thank you. As BC's first chief scientific advisor to provide support on these around psychiatry, toxic drugs, and concurrent disorders, as I just spoke to, Mr. Speaker. And we will be providing longer-term care at a newly designated mental health facility for people who are held under the Mental Health Act. This first facility will open in Maple Ridge at Alouette Homes this spring. Mr. Speaker, working towards a designated mental health unit at the Surrey Pretrial Center to provide that rapid involuntary treatment for people with these kinds of challenges. And Mr. Speaker, this also is expected to open later this spring. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this work, we will continue to build a seamless system of mental health and substance use care for people who are seeking help, who voluntarily want to seek that treatment, and we are going to continue this work. Thank you.
Member for Richmond, Queensborough.
Mr. Speaker, on February 13th, I attended a funeral in Surrey of a 14-year-old girl. What did she die of? A drug overdose. Mr. Speaker, only 14 years old. Her mother referred to her as sweet and innocent. She said the family was trying to work through Fraser Health to get her support, but faced nothing but roadblocks. The system failed this young girl and her family. How can the Minister of Health look this family in the eye and say she's doing everything she can to help?
Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member too for the question. And that is absolutely a tragic circumstance, a tragic outcome that he's describing. And nobody should ever want to face the loss of a child this way. Mr. Speaker, it's so important that we continue to do everything in our power to keep our children safe. And we know how important it is for people to get help early on before small problems can snowball and become more complex and difficult to tackle. And Mr. Speaker, that's why we are taking particular focus on expanding supports for children and youth to help with prevention, with early intervention, Mr. Speaker, and voluntary treatment services like expanding the Foundry Youth Centres. Currently there are 17, 18 more in development. These are one-stop shops for youth to have that access to mental health services, to physical and sexual health services, substance use services, social services, all focused on young people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue expanding the integrated child and youth care teams that are working in communities across the province, adding youth addiction services, youth-specific treatment beds. Mr. Speaker, yes, there is a lot more work to do, and we're going to continue to do this work. Thank you.
Richmond, Queensborough, supplemental.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister's comments have zero comfort to this family. The story gets worse. After agreeing to treatment, a Fraser Health worker met with the parents and this young girl and forced the parents to leave so the worker could talk to the girl alone. The result? The girl refused treatment. Now she's dead. And the community is enraged. To the Minister of Health, who is more important to listen to, a health authority bureaucrat or desperate parents begging for help?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's important to listen to each and every person who is impacted by this toxic drug crisis, from people with lived experience and who are living this right now, the parents and families of youth and children, Mr. Speaker, the people who work on the front lines, both in hospitals and other facilities, but also all the community service organizations out there, everybody who is working to tackle this crisis. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to do this work. We're going to continue to expand these supports, working with youth and children and their families, and ensuring, Mr. Speaker, that we
Members, please conclude.
Ensuring, Mr. Speaker, that we take absolutely every step that we can, because we know just how critical this is at this time. Thank you.
Member for Fraser-Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, every day calls for an independent review of Metro Vancouver are growing. Taxpayers and others want answers and have completely lost faith in Metro Vancouver. Mr. Speaker, when will this Premier answer the calls and convene an independent review of Metro Vancouver?
Yes.
Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And certainly I share some concerns as well around some of the things that are happening in Metro Vancouver. The Premier has made it clear that he shares those concerns. We have indicated to Metro Vancouver that a governance review is required. We said that we would participate in a governance review only if they included pay for members as part of that review. And so that step is happening. We're working through that right now.
Honourable Speaker. And I know it's frustrating for people when they hear about double salaries. And what I would say to members in this place is it's easy to throw rocks at other levels of government when it comes to double salaries. But perhaps we should look at the members in this House who are right now being paid 2 salaries. How about we look at the members right now?
That you expected something wrong with my mic. When a question is asked, we obviously expect an answer. The answer can only be provided if we are prepared to listen. So please, Minister, members, Minister will conclude.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'll re-emphasize the point. If we want to hold Metro Vancouver to account, we want to make sure that they're transparent. We have to do the same in this House. We can't have MLAs collecting salaries as well as collecting salaries from the same community.
Members.
Honourable Speaker, we can't have MLAs being paid more.
Members, if you are only interested in asking question, no answer, we can arrange that. Members, please conclude that.
And I think members should be just as offended about salaries as they should be when MLAs are collecting 2 paychecks, Honourable Speaker. I do believe. I don't understand why this member is not bothered by people collecting 2 paychecks for serving the same community, Honourable Speaker.
Members, Minister, please conclude.
It's hard to answer the question, Honourable Speaker, when they keep heckling, but perhaps the member will ask another one and I can finish the answer.
Fraser Nicholas, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just an easy question. Every NDP member that did not get a pay raise, please stand up. Mr. Speaker, this is really easy. The Premier has the power to call an independent inquiry into this mess over at Metro Vancouver. He said in the House some time ago, and I quote, if it was easy, he would do it. This is easy to do. He has the power. Metro Vancouver has lost control. Even Surrey has decided to wants to come out of this, the Metro Vancouver as well. Can we get a commitment from this Premier to immediately launch an independent investigation into Metro Vancouver?
Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Clearly, double dipping on their caucus has hit a nerve with them, Honourable Speaker. I would remind the member that all MLAs received an increase in pay. He should ask his whip, who voted in favour of that when he was on the other side of the House. And perhaps he can fill the caucus and maybe they won't cheer as loud next time the comment is made. Honourable Speaker, I want to correct the record. The member just mentioned Surrey. Surrey actually is not talking about pulling out of Metro Vancouver. I spoke with the mayor this morning. Surrey has got issues with the regional growth strategy. We had a conversation. We're going to continue to engage with them on that. Metro Van needs a governance review. As long as the salaries are included in that, we have agreed to participate in the governance review. That process is going forward, and I look forward to be able to provide information to the public about how that governance review is progressing.
Member for Kamloops Centre. Oh, sorry. What is? Sorry, Panorama.
There we go. There you go. Mr. Speaker, healthcare wait times have ballooned to longer than half a year. Timely medical visits are as likely as winning the lottery. So, Mr. Speaker, with our healthcare system is in crisis. When will this government fix it before even more people die waiting for access to treatment?
Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. We want people to access care as quickly as possible and as close to home as possible. Mr. Speaker, the amount of work before us all in ensuring that in this time of a global healthcare worker shortage, that we are able to train more doctors here in British Columbia, that we are able to attract and retain more doctors, nurses, all the healthcare workers across the system that are needed for a strong public healthcare system is absolutely vital. And Mr. Speaker, that's why we've been taking so many actions towards this work. From a human healthcare resource strategy in ensuring that those workers come on board, Mr. Speaker, tripling our capacity to credential doctors who are coming from other jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker, funding new medical seats at UBC, building a new medical school at Surrey, an opportunity that the Leader of the Opposition had and said no to when he was in government. Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt about it. We have huge challenges ahead of us. But creating a two-tier US-style form of healthcare
Are we done? Minister will conclude.
Mr. Speaker, bringing a two-tier US-style form of healthcare into the States, as the BC Conservatives would have if they were on this side of the House, is not the answer. It would poach doctors and nurses and others from the system, and it would make things worse. It would make the problems worse. Mr. Speaker, that's why we're going to continue to take all the steps that we are to strengthen our public healthcare system, and we're not going to stop.
Surrey Panorama Supplemental.
Mr. Speaker, emergency wait room times continue to grow. Patients continue to suffer and die. Well, this government sits on its hands. Surrey Memorial Hospital ER wait times are already at 18 hours. And with Delta's ER closures, it's going to get worse. So, Mr. Speaker, why is this minister allowing chaos to run our healthcare system?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government is investing in healthcare, is building new facilities across BC. Mr. Speaker, this government is building a new hospital in Surrey, not selling the land on which it could have been built.
The bell ends the question period. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I called a continued address and reply to the throne speech. I call committee stage on Bill 2.
Members, keep the noise down, please. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. My mistake. I call committee stage Bill 2. I know the member is going to be up later.
Committee Chair.
Good afternoon, members. We are going to call this House back to order, and this afternoon we will be considering Bill 2, Acting Conflict of Interest Commissioner Continuation Act. Shall Clause 1 pass? Thank you very much, Member of Richmond, Queensborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my question is in regards to Section 1, subsection 2. The section reads that Section 14, sub 7, sub C of the Members' Conflict of Interest Act does not apply in respect of an acting commissioner appointed on or about January 6, 2025 under Section 14, sub 6 of that Act. And so in regards to that, my understanding is there's a set 20, there's a 20 sitting day limit for acting commissioners, ensuring the role is temporary right now. Is that correct?
Just remind members to address through the chair. Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Beside me? Oh. Should I start again? Okay. Thank you, Chair. Before I start, I want to make sure that I get to introduce the great team that's with me here. We have Anina Nzeko, Director of Policy and Legislation, Tara McKenzie, Senior Policy and Legislation Analyst, and I just want to appreciate all the work they've done on this bill. So it's a short answer is yes to the member's question.
Shall Clause 1 pass? Richmond, Queensborough.
Okay. So the government is currently seeking to suspend the time limit to make that position from temporary to continuing. And for how long will that take place?
Attorney General.
Thanks. So yes, until the next commissioner is appointed, or the next clause deals with when the act itself is repealed, which would put that final timeline on it. And it's designed in a way to create enough time for the process of the special committee to be underway.
The member from Richmond, Queensborough.
So through the chair, what's the next procedure? Will this position have to be staffed eventually? Will there be like a permanent staffing of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner? So that's the next question.
Attorney General.
Yeah, thank you. So there is a commissioner in place right now. It's still Victoria Gray that will be serving. So there's one in place right now with a staffed up team. I'm informed that the special committee has been appointed and is for a 5-year term. So that work will get underway.
Richmond, Queensborough.
It's my understanding that in 2020, when the election happened in 2020, there was a fall session that took place for about 2 weeks in December. So my follow-up question is, if we had had an earlier sitting, could a committee have been appointed then, and the staffing requirements, could they have been met then? Could they, if we had an earlier sitting? Through the chair.
Attorney General.
Thank you. So the special committee requires a 6 to 8 month process in order to find and conduct their work in getting a new conflicts commissioner. So the inevitable thing is that we would have come up upon the current commissioner being timed out and having to have an acting commissioner to make sure that the special committee had that timeline of 6 to 8 months to make sure that there was a fair process for the new commissioner to be appointed.
Through the chair.
Thank you, Richmond Queensborough.
Is it acceptable to say that we wouldn't be in the position right now if we had a fall sitting?
Attorney General.
No, it's not fair to say that, and I can take back the timelines that I just mentioned. The special committee would take 6 to 8 months before they would, and they need to do that process. It's a very important position as an independent officer of the conflicts commissioner. So in order to do the fair process that they would be tasked to do, it would take 6 to 8 months for that to happen. So we've designed this bill to accommodate proper process and time, and I'm very grateful for Victoria Gray to have offered up serving as an acting commissioner, and in that case, and that would have happened, had to happen because of the timing of the election, which was in the fall.
Shall Clause 1 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. Richmond Queensborough.
In regards to Clause 2, it states this act is repealed on March 31st, 2026, or an earlier date prescribed by the Lieutenant Governor in Council. So why does this legislation, or this piece of bill, this legislation have a sunset clause? Why is there a time limit on this piece of legislation?
Attorney General.
It's to ensure that it's clear that the acting commissioner can't stay in place forever, that there's a process for the new one.
Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 3 pass? Aye. Shall the title pass? So ordered, sorry. Shall the title pass? So ordered. Attorney General.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the committee rise and report the bill complete without amendment.
You heard the question, members. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion is carried. This committee will stand adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Bill 2 reports the bill complete without amendment.
When shall the bill be read third time, Attorney General?
Now.
Members, the question is third reading of the bill, Bill number 2. Acting Conflict of Interest Commissioner Continuation Act. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Number 2, Acting Conflict of Interest Commissioner Continuation Act has been passed. Read the third time. Read the third time and passed. Attorney General.
I call committee stage of Bill 3.
Committee Chair.
Good afternoon, members. We'll call the committee back to order. We're going to contemplate Bill 3, the Protected Areas of British Columbia Amendment Act of 2025. Shall Clause 1 pass? Aye. Member from Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister and also her staff that are joining her today, which I'm sure she'll take an opportunity to introduce. I'm not going to spend a fair amount of time on here, but I do want to get some stuff I think that we can put on the record and clear up any confusion. Can the Minister outline the consultation process that was utilized before the bill? And so we'll just ask that, can the Minister outline the consultation process for this particular bill?
Minister.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. So for any of the substantive changes, we did consult with our local government and our local First Nations. Any smaller administrative changes, those were not consulted on.
Member from Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so just from the Minister there, can the Minister confirm then that there was no public consultation done then referencing Bill 3?
Minister.
Thank you. There was broad engagement done on the Kilby and the Nycoon Park, especially around the cemetery, and there was some stakeholder engagement done on the other additions and deletions.
The member from Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I don't mean to be challenging or difficult, but my first question was asking about consultation that had been done, particularly on this bill. So when I ask about public consultation, if stakeholders were consulted, does the minister have a list of those stakeholders for each of the parks where there's been changes to? And what was the time frame in terms of what those consultations were done, and if anything would be made public in terms of any concerns regarding to any of the changes, whether they be name changes, boundary changes, or anything like that?
Minister?
Thank you for the question. So the nature of the public engagement, it really depends on the substantive or administrative changes. As a whole, we didn't engage publicly on the bill as a whole, but where there were substantive changes such as Kilby and Nikoon, for Kilby we did do a public meeting, and then for Nikoon we did send out letters to all of the Talal residents to make sure that they understood the changes. When you're adding or subtracting any kind of lands from parks, we make sure that we try to do as much engagement as possible with the stakeholders. And then we also have reached out on all of these in terms of local government and First Nation communities.
The member from Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the minister for her answer. So I'll combine the next one into one question. But so when we look at all the nations that are potentially impacted by this piece of legislation, and I'll combine that with local governments as well, did either any of the nations or local governments express any written concerns or anything like that with the changes that are before us today?
Minister.
Your mic wasn't on.
Would you try repeating that? Your mic was not quite engaged.
Okay. No, there was no concerns raised.
Member from Surrey White Rock. It is now.
It is now, okay. Just to confirm then, so nobody at all had any significant problems or challenges with this piece of legislation. That is good. Just in terms, and we'll dive into some of the particular parks, but just in terms to the change in terms of public access. And I know that with different parks, there's going to be different jurisdictions, different responsibilities, different caretakers. But can the minister confirm there will be no change to public access or use of any of the parks or ecological reserves listed in this bill?
Minister.
Thank you. No, this will not result in any disturbances to public access.
Recognizing Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are there any existing recreational tenures or permits that may be affected by the proposed amendments to this Act?
Minister.
Thank you. These amendments will not result in any changes to the tenure holders.
Surrey White Rock.
Thank you. And just my other question on that, and it's probably is just regarding permitting. I assume then that would encompass permitting as well.
Minister.
Yes, the same would apply for permits.
Recognizing Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, and just get a bit of a clarification here because I don't want to waste anybody's time, and obviously with staff here as well. So I do have questions specifically on Kilby Park and Nycoon Park. I imagine those are contained under clause. Can we deal with those under clause 3? Is that through the speaker?
Minister.
Yes, we can deal with those under clause 3.
Shall clause 1 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 2 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 3 pass? The member from Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just in regards to Kilby Park and the historical site there, so that had been operated by I think my understanding, the Heritage Branch has been the park operator for Kirby Park. It's remained under the protection of the Parks Act, but removing this park from protection and placing it with the Heritage Branch I guess maybe that would be a little bit easier to administer. But with this change, can the minister provide assurance that Kilby Park will remain protected for its existing use of the lands and remain unchanged for the people of that community and, well, for the people of BC in general?
Minister.
Thank you. Yes, the Heritage Branch and the site operator have both said that their intention is to keep it open for public recreation and enjoyment.
Surrey White Rock.
Thank you for that. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the minister. I just want to pick up on what the word the minister used there is the word intention. And the minister said the intention would be. So my question would be, would the Heritage Branch have the ability, not the intention, but the ability to close the campground and use the land for any other potential uses?
Minister.
Thank you. And thank you to the honorable member. That was a good question. So some of the properties for Kilby are held in trust to the province for the establishment or purpose of public park for the recreation and enjoyment of the public. And this will continue to be adhered to by the Heritage Branch.
Member from Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the minister for that clarification. My understanding is the Heritage Branch that is under the purview of the Ministry of Tourism, correct? So they would indeed. So just to clarify, they would have the ability to make those closures outside of the Ministry of Environment if they so wish.
Minister.
Thank you. So this site, it has been operating since 2003, and they could no longer, because they're not under the Park Act. However, This is the change under the ownership to go to the Heritage Branch the request was made by the site operator. And during the public meetings, the site operator made a public commitment to keep it open and operating as a campsite, and then also making sure, because they wanted to have more efficient dealings with the government.
Recognizing Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify, is like, you know, we can talk about a commitment made by the operator, but how firm is that? And what degree of confidence does, I guess, the Minister of Environment, but I would have to include the Minister of Tourism in that as well, because ultimately it's the Minister of Tourism that is now, through this legislation, is actually have control of Kilby Park. So what guarantees can they give to the residents that this park, there will be no changes and that the use will still be allowed as it is prior to this bill being introduced?
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So I would like to say that the Minister of Tourism has also made public comments about the continuation to operate the site as a campsite. There's going to be no change to the public. The public supported this change for the efficiencies to be dealing with the government.
Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just moving on to Nikoon Park. Can the Minister please share the total taxpayer dollars used to purchase the land for the expansion of the park?
Minister.
Thank you. So for Nikoon Park, the total cost for the land acquisition was $748,000, and the BC Parks Foundation contributed $100,000 toward that purchase price.
Recognizing Surrey White Rock.
I imagine that those dollars were get the 100,000 that the minister just referenced So then would the other 648,000, would that have come out of the Ministry of Environment, or was that out of a different ministry that made that purchase?
Minister?
That came out of the Ministry of Environment budget.
I believe the minister would like to move an amendment that's on the order paper today. Minister?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I move the amendment to Clause 3, standing in my name in the orders of the day.
Shall the amendment pass? Carried and so ordered. Shall Clause 3 pass? As amended. So ordered. Clause 4. Shall Clause 4 pass? Shall Clause 5 pass? Member from Surrey White Rock. Before you speak, member, I just wanted to let everybody know it's pretty clear we're having a couple of technical issues. Hansard does an amazing job for us, but they are having some challenges with your mics today, so apologies. Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just because I think Section 5 deals specifically with Wells Gray Park, my question is going to be very similar. Can the minister please share the taxpayer dollars used to purchase the land expansion for Wells Gray Park?
Minister.
Thank you. Before I answer the question, just wanted to say thank you to my staff that are here with me today, Sydney Martin, Jamie Hilbert, and Brett Hudson. I just want to thank them for all their help. So for the Wells Gray Park, the total cost of the acquisition was $792,973, and the BC Parks Foundation also contributed $49,500 towards the purchase.
Recognizing Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister for that answer. And I'm assuming again all that that money was contained within the Ministry of Environment budget. I don't think that I need to spend much more time diving into this piece of legislation. I will make the comment that, we're very busy in this House, and our constituents expect that. And we did actually spend about 5 to 6 hours debating this in second reading. And I think we were able to get through a lot of the meaty questions here in committee stage in probably under 45 minutes. So figure that out if you will. But I want to thank the minister and her staff for their time today.
Shall Clause 5 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 6 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall the title pass? Aye. So ordered. Minister.
I move that the committee rise and report the bill complete with amendment.
Thank you, members. The question is that the committee rise and report Bill number 3 complete with amendment. Those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. This committee stands adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Bill 3 reports the bill complete with amendment.
When shall the bill be considered as reported, Attorney General?
What? Oh, at the next sitting?
So ordered. Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call a continued debate on the throne speech.
Thank you. Richmond Bridgeport.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Richmond Bridgeport.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. First of all, congratulations on your appointment. We're so glad that you are in the chair, and I'm glad that I can speak in this People's House for the first time with you on the chair. It is indeed a great honor and a privilege for me to stand up in this chamber to bring the voices and concern of my constituent, of my beautiful riding of Richmond Bridgeport to this House. Now I'm going to talk about one of the most issues that they are so concerned of, supportive housing. I'm outraged and disappointed by this government, Mr. Speaker, their reckless decision to approve the supportive housing project on Canby and Sesame Road in my riding without proper consultation. I must say that this project is well-intentioned, but unfortunately, it was rushed through without sufficient consideration for the concern of Richmond residents. The lack of transparency and disregard for community input are staggering. We all want to support vulnerable populations and provide them the necessary services, but not at the expense of community safety and well-being. The residents of this neighborhood have legitimate concerns about increased crime and open drug use. It's certainly unacceptable that this government ignore their concerns, fail to provide sufficient information, and disregarded the very people they are supposed to serve. We demand better. We demand transparency, accountability, and genuine community engagement. It's time for this government to listen to the people and address the concern that have been ignored for far too long, Mr. Speaker. I urge this NDP government to take immediate action to conduct thorough community consultation and address concern and gather feedback from the residents. They have a lot of feedback they want to pass on this government, but they never give them an opportunity. Provide transparent and detailed information about this project, including safety measures and support services. Develop a comprehensive plan to mitigate the impact of this project on local residents and also businesses. We, the official opposition party on this side of the House, will not stand idly by while our community is disregarded and disrespected. We will, each one of us, will continue to fight for our rights, our safety, and our well-being. We all need supportive housing, but this government needs to do a better job of bringing people along and providing the supports needed for people who will live there. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we see time and time again that this government do neither. Proposing a location where there's hardly any public support sets the people who would live there up for failure. the government failed here. Why? Why build a project on a foundation of failure? This NDP government knew they wanted this project here, but knowing that they failed, they put it on ice until after the election, Mr. Speaker. We all thought it was a shell game and it would come back if they win. Here it is, coming back again. If this NDP government says this isn't about politics, why did they stop it before the election? Why? Why did that? If this is not about politics, if they heard what the residents told them that they need proper consultation, then do it. At least do it. I simply don't understand the mentality. Not even any common sense. Why introduce it in the month when most of the Asian Canadian residents are celebrating the Lunar New Year? Probably this government thought that they are so happy celebrating Lunar New Year, they won't even, notice this announcement. Why? Why we introduce it now? Well, the housing minister, this government, said that they reveal other 5 locations, but they haven't released the site of the 5 locations for the residents to try to see whether those 5 locations are appropriate. But the government said that they are not appropriate. And they said that, sorry, we can't release the 5 locations for confidential information. And they didn't even bother to inform the city of Richmond. Neither the mayor nor all the, 7 city councillors knew anything about the 5 locations. They were only told on the day the announcement was made around noon, in the morning around 9, that they're going to make this announcement. So this government owes an explanation to the city of government, not only to the residents. We all know the residents in my riding, they are all aware that we need more supportive housing. It's clear that we do. But we need to build the supports around it and the security for neighbors to feel safe. We need to win over the neighborhood. If you don't, it's doomed to fail. It's such common sense. Talk to the people before you decide. It really makes people feel like their voices mean nothing. That's not really democracy, Mr. Speaker. I emigrated to this country, to this province, 35 years ago because I admire and respect the democracy of Canada. I thought I'm coming here so that every one of us live under this democracy. We can all express our viewpoint. We expect elected officials. We expect government to listen. But obviously, not in this case. No wonder, Mr. Speaker, Richmond residents, my constituents, are so angry. They are so furious. We do have other supportive housing in Richmond that has had problems with drugs and crime. While it's a different project, it's on Elderbridge, also in my riding. I'm so lucky to have so many supportive housing in my riding, which is good if it's well managed. But it has 0 support and security. I really want to take this opportunity to thank the city of Richmond for listening to residents, to my constituents who said an emphatic no to the plans for ill-considered supportive housing units at Sexsmith and Canby. We need to help those in need, but it should be done. It should not be done behind closed doors and without the community voices and their concern. Shame on our provincial government to proceed with the project without proper public consultation. Shame on them to put this project on pause prior to the October election with the full intention of bringing it back post the election. That's what my constituent told me. As I said, they're so furious, so angry. Shame on the Premier, the Minister of Housing, to say that this was the best location over community opposition. Let this be a lesson to learn. Our voices matter, Mr. Speaker. Even under a tone-deaf government, I call on this government to do the right thing, to listen to our voices, and to work with us to find solutions that benefit everyone. Everyone, including the children and the seniors, the husband and the wife, and the business people. Now I want to turn my remaining 2 minutes to talk about the schools in Richmond City Centre. I urge this NDP government to allocate necessary funds in Budget 2025 to support the growing education needs of the city centre of Richmond. Over the past 5 years, our community has experienced a staggering 40% growth in student enrollment, with 834 new students joining our schools. This rapid expansion has pushed our existing schools and facilities well beyond their operating capacity. The driving force behind this growth is an influx of young families and new developments in the area. Currently, Brick House Elementary is the only school serving this community, and it's clear that we need more educational infrastructure to keep pace with this growth. Looking ahead to 2034, projection indicate a 40% increase in housing. I'm not going to go into details. I only have 1 minute to go. That's why I'm calling on this provincial government to allocate $15 million in Budget 2025 to support the construction of a new school in Richmond City Centre West. And I also urge this government to allocate $30 million in Budget 2025 to support the construction of a new school in Richmond City Centre East. Otherwise, the young children might have to study, maybe, again. Maybe they have to bus to other area, and they cannot enjoy the kind of education they have. So I urge this government to action and allocate the necessary funds to support our school, our students, our family. They all are counting on us. I see my time is up. I have so much that I want to talk, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, member. Thank you, member. Are you standing to... Thank you, member. Recognizing the House Leader of the Third Party and the member from Saanich North and the Islands.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Third Party as the designated speaker to provide my response to the speech from the throne. I first wish to acknowledge that this legislature sits on the territory of the Lekwungen-speaking peoples, now known as the Songhees and Esquimalt nations. I also wish to acknowledge the Wasanich people, As MLA for Saanich North and the Islands, I am grateful to live and work on their territory. I wish to acknowledge and thank the many First Nations I've had the privilege to work with over the past 2.5 decades, among them Huu-ay-aht First Nations, Cowichan Tribes, and Tsawwassen First Nation. I hold up my hands to former Huu-ay-aht Chief Councillor Robert Dennis, current Chief Councillor of Huu-ay-aht John Jack, former Cowichan Chief Councillor Lydia Huitsum, and former Tsawwassen Chief Councillor Kim Baird. The Huu-ay-aht honored me with the traditional name Nososhluk, which means always watching in New Chalmeth. It is a name I carry with pride and deep respect for the responsibility it carries. I also want to take a moment to thank the many people who brought me to this moment. Thank you to my nearly 58,000 constituents in Saanich North and the Islands. Whether you voted for me or not, I am deeply humbled to represent you in this powerful place and promise to be a fierce advocate for you. We know British Columbia is the best place to live in the world, but I would be remiss for not mentioning that the best place to live in British Columbia is Saanich North and the Islands. Thank you to my amazing staff in the constituency office, at the caucus, for your principled and tireless dedication to serving this province. Thank you to my mentors, retired Green MLAs Sonia Furstenau and Adam Olson. I stand on the shoulders of all the work you accomplished and hope to continue your legacy as principled legislators, truth tellers, and tireless advocates for the voices that are often ignored. To my fellow MLAs, I honor your commitment to the people of British Columbia and to the work we will do together. Finally, to my partner for life, Inga, and my family, thank you for supporting me on this new journey. You're the best thing that ever happened to me. Honorable Speaker, as I, along with all MLAs, embark on the important work of this House, I am reminded of the powerful words of Esquimalt elder Mary Ann Thomas when opening the House earlier this February. And I quote, "You gave up your life to a special home here, where we can do our decisions, where we can work together, how we can love and help and forgive one another. In this room, there's no time for any judgment, any anger, because all that is poison." End of quote. As I begin my work in this House, I remind myself of the lesson I have learned on the journey to this day. To succeed in our work together, we need to have the courage to take the road less traveled, a willingness to take risks and make fiscally responsible investments in innovation and creative solutions, to ground all of our actions in community consultation, to never take no for an answer, and to be guided by the wisdom of our elders. Honorable Speaker, we live in perilous times, where there is the impact of accelerating climate change on our environment, the continuing cost of living crisis, lack of affordable housing, lack of timely access to health care, especially for our most vulnerable, the halting progress on Indigenous reconciliation, or the threat of a trade war and annexation from south of the border. British Columbians are tired of talk and no action. The threat of climate change is no longer theoretical. Entire countries are starting to disappear as ocean levels rise. Entire communities have been razed by wildfires. Families have been wiped out by landslides following fierce winter storms. 2024 was the warmest year on record, with a global average temperature of 1.55 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels. As these temperature increases continue to march towards the 2 degrees centigrade critical threshold and beyond, one can only imagine the devastating climate disasters we'll face on an annual basis if we do not take decisive action now. Despite these dire conditions, this government's Clean BC response has been insufficient and ineffective in reducing our emissions. The roadmap to 2030 is mostly aspirational. In the most recent 2023 Climate Change Accountability Report, very little substantive progress is reported. Emissions continue to rise. Moreover, Clean BC has emitted the two most important greenhouse gas sources in British Columbia: natural gas exports and wildfires. We're also moving away from putting people first. Despite living in the 9th wealthiest country by net worth with the strongest economy in Canada, 1 out of every 4 British Columbians are living paycheck to paycheck, and 10% of our population is living below the poverty line. After 50 years of unparalleled economic growth, children are going hungry. We rely on school breakfast programs organized by NGOs to ensure that vulnerable children can learn after nourishing breakfast. Almost 150,000 children, that's 1 in 6 children in this province, are living in low-income households. The government is dragging out full implementation of the Declaration of Indigenous Rights Act rather than embracing reconciliation as a priority and a key contributor to a bright future BC. As my colleague from West Vancouver, Sea to Sky, pointed out in his response to the speech from the throne, members on both sides of the House of this chamber have made a habit of using phrases laser-focused when describing their tariff response. But a laser focus leaves too many crises in darkness. To tackle the overlapping challenges facing our province, including reconciliation, we need floodlights, not laser focus. We have only to look south of the border to see where a laser focus on industry leads, when politics is driven into a two-party system and good, hard-working people are abandoned by a neoliberal global trade economic system. Moreover, when the richest men in the world can dismantle foundational institutions and replace them with an economic oligarchy. To avoid the same fate, we must strive for greater equity, more representative democracy, and a broad government response that puts people and the environment first. Honourable Speaker, when we face the threat of an economic trade war, now is not the time to double down on status quo economic solutions, which hardly pay lip service to accelerating climate change, worsening living standards and services for the most vulnerable. Nor is this the time for lethargic action on reconciliation. Further solutions to the current economic threat that must not rely on the panacea of unlimited economic growth in a world of finite resources. That's no solution at all. Too often in the past 50 years, when faced with adversity, our leaders have relied on familiar short-term fixes. They've convinced us that the world is full of difficult trade-offs, so we should accept limited progress on the multiple challenges we face. We put off real progress on climate change and accept continued environmental degradation because we are told that's all we can afford. We delay full implementation of DRIPA and turn a blind eye to our society's most vulnerable, rationalizing that we are making some progress. And when we do make real progress, for example, the HIDA Act, it's not long before it's denounced, falsely I should add, as a threat to private property and freedom. Honourable Speaker, we need to build a 21st century economy that fosters innovation, creativity, knowledge and skills in each part of this province and in all key economic sectors. We need to build an economy that generates return for everyone, not just the top 1% and major corporations. And we need to do it now, not sometime over the next 50 years. We've been on the promise and never deliver plan for far too long. That must change now. We can build a 21st century economy that turns challenges into opportunities. Over the last few years in the province, we have seen floods and fires with disastrous consequences. Instead of reporting tragedies, we should be making headlines as a world leader on climate action and environmental protection. Let's build infrastructure to adapt to our current climate while investing in sustainable projects that make our future brighter. By investing in energy-efficient buildings, renewable energy projects, and efficient public transportation, we can support economic growth that is long-term and sustainable. BC's Green Building Centre employed over 20,000 people in 2020 alone with stable, full-time jobs. This work is not just good for our planet, it's good for us. It generates well-paid jobs that support families and protect our wealth. We need to continue the hard work of reconciliation. We've already seen how partnerships with First Nations in this province have generated economic wins for all British Columbians, Indigenous and non-Indigenous alike. BC is home to the second largest number of Indigenous entrepreneurs in Canada, with over 2,000 Indigenous-owned businesses across the province. Economic growth in Indigenous communities through entrepreneurship creates opportunities for innovation and independence. When I was a boy in Victoria, there were no tent cities or visible homelessness on our streets. Now, even middle-class families live in fear that one missed paycheck will force them to lose the roof over their heads. In a province as rich as ours, that is beyond shameful. Mr. Speaker, being world leaders in the fight against climate change, fully supporting those most vulnerable to unemployment and poverty, completing the hard work of reconciliation is not part of the problem. It is the solution. A zero-carbon economy in the future, and BC can be a spectator or an active, engaged participant. Protecting the environment of this special province will be our legacy to future generations. Eliminating unemployment and poverty will not only be a much more visible demonstration of dignity and compassion, it will reduce costly demands on our overstretched health and social support systems. Advancing Indigenous reconciliation will create the certainty needed for Indigenous people across BC to take their rightful place at the center of our future together. To make this transformation in times of adversity, we need the courage to take the road less traveled, a willingness to take risks and make fiscally responsible investments in innovation and creative solutions, to ground all of our actions in community consultation, to never take no for an answer, to be guided by the wisdom of our elders. Let me explain how I came to this realization. My father was a pilot in the Second World War. After serving overseas, he was posted in Ucluelet and at Pat Bay, where he flew Catalina amphibious aircraft out over the Pacific, searching for enemy submarines and other threats. After the war, my parents settled in Victoria. My dad became a lawyer at what was then Crease & Company. My mom worked as a social worker. Then, one morning when I was a toddler, my dad died. In an instant, at the age of 42, my mom became a single mother of 3, and her whole life was turned upside down. It was 1958, and many of my mom's friends and neighbors counseled her to take the life insurance money and be a stay-at-home mom. My mom disagreed. Instead, she made the decision to go to UBC Law School, become a lawyer, and carry on the legacy of my dad. In 1960, she met with the Dean of Law and asked to be admitted on the condition that if she failed at Christmas, she would leave. She was accepted and joined 2 other women law students. Against all the social norms and gender barriers of that era, she graduated with her law degree in 1964. When I was older, I realized that having the courage to take the road less traveled was part of my DNA. Mr. Speaker, I imagine every MLA in this House has a similar story, where in the face of adversity, they were courageous and pursued the road less traveled. We've faced adversity before. The COVID pandemic is a recent example. Yes, we looked to internal resources first. However, when necessary, we ran deficits. That was the fiscally responsible approach. Some say we must reduce taxes and balance budgets at all costs. Some will say we cannot afford to make the investments necessary to transform our economy. It's unfortunate, but people will remain mired in poverty, they say. The climate fight needs to be put on hold, and Indigenous people must accept being second-class citizens in one of the wealthiest jurisdictions in the world. I say no. In times of adversity, we cannot afford not to borrow and invest in innovation and creative solutions. In my own career, I think back to the adversity I faced as financial comptroller for the TD Bank in BC in the 80s, when most of the world was in the midst of a deep recession. Like now, there was pressure to be fiscally responsible and cling to the life raft of old ways of delivering services. At TD, we ensured we were fiscally responsible, but that did not stop us from finding the resources to innovate, finding new ways to operate and find creative solutions to the challenges of the day. The same is true today. Yes, we must be fiscally responsible, but we can't let that be an excuse to stop investing, innovating, and transforming our economy from one suited to the 1970s to one for the 21st century. Take forestry in this province as an example. For decades, BC has allowed decisions on how its forests are managed or how timber pricing works to be determined by the Americans. We have exported the financial returns from forestry to the USA, and our reward, the USA has demonstrated that they will apply tariffs no matter what. We must stop appeasing the United States and manage our forests on our own terms. Take the path less traveled, become world leaders in forest sector innovation and value added, while all the time respecting Indigenous rights and fully implementing the Old Growth Strategic Review. To succeed in the face of adversity, we must take risk, make fiscally responsible investments, and innovate in every sector of the economy in a way that enables us to fight climate change and preserve the environment, end poverty for once and for all, and ensure every British Columbian has the health care and housing we expect and deserve. Celebrate Indigenous sovereignty. Don't fight it, celebrate it, and rely minimally on U.S. markets. Our job as government is to create the financial, regulatory, and policy environment to support this private sector innovation. I am not alone. I am not alone in this assessment. Dan Bresnitz, the Monk Chair of Innovation Studies at the University of Toronto, summed up the benefits of innovation in the fall of 2024 in a series of articles in the Globe and Mail. His observations apply to all of Canada, but are equally applicable to BC. And this is what he had to say. Our highly educated workforce, if it can be matched with an export-oriented, highly productive and innovative business sector that is leading the world in engaging in knowledge and investing in the newest equipment and technology, should be the best foundation for sustained prosperity. The foundation so that we have no poverty, that we fight climate change, that we deal with all of the things that I've just mentioned. However, he goes on to say, however, at least as importantly, such a vision is as far away as one can think from the vision the United States, Silicon Valley, and Wall Street celebrate, a vision in which only a tiny sliver of the society, the geek elite, their financiers, and their celebrity chefs enjoy both good, challenging jobs and immense riches. Clearly, Honourable Speaker, if there is any silver lining to the threats of tariffs and a trade war with the USA, It is forcing us to do something we should have done 25 years ago, invest in the heavy lifting to create a 21st century economy. With tariff threats changing by the day and economic instability shaking every part of our society, I know this government is feeling pressure to act quickly, but that cannot be an excuse for cutting corners. When NDP Attorney General Colin Gableman asked me to lead the team that developed BC's first Freedom of Information Act in 1991, I was told to move fast, but ensure everybody inside and outside government was fully consulted. The election had been in mid-October, and at the time, Premier Harcourt wanted this FOI bill to be one of the first introduced in the following spring session. So, about now. We viewed consultation as an advantage, not an inconvenience, and we built the legislation from the ground up with broad consultation. The Premier wanted to create the best FOI legislation in Canada, and community engagement was a key to success. That public engagement did two things. It created better legislation, and it built political will, all while meeting our deadline. After the bill was introduced, we did another round of consultation. We listened. We didn't disregard a suggestion because it came from another party or a particular stakeholder. Nobody has a monopoly on great ideas. We let reason and science, not anecdotes and made-up facts, guide the legislative process. In fact, we made an unprecedented 36 amendments before final passage of the bill. Committee stage and everything was real, and there were amendments. Even then, everybody did not get what they wanted, but they appreciated the fact that they were heard, and the amendment process was real. When it passed, journalist Vaughn Palmer said, quote, "Experts agree that it was the best legislation of its kind in Canada." Rapid response is not an excuse to skirt consultation, nor to avoid working with stakeholders to build solutions from the ground up. I learned through my experience with freedom of information legislation that if you want legislation to endure, you have to do the work, you have to build consensus, you have to be inclusive. You have to work across ministries. You have to reach beyond your usual networks and nurture new relationships to create real positive change. Hwayet First Nations is an inspiration for all of the work I do. Hwayet exemplifies one of many Indigenous nations in BC who have successfully traveled the path from nearly being wiped out and having their children, culture, economy, fisheries, landholding, everything about them almost erased to become and now they've become a modern nation with a bright future. Like nearly all other First Nations, Hwayet lost 90% of its population following contact. Imagine if you walked through your neighborhood today and 9 out of every 10 friends and neighbors and family were lost. If we had more time, I would welcome an opportunity to share Hwayet's remarkable, courageous, don't take no for an answer history of the past 40 years with you. For today, I wish to share 3 sacred principles that I believe are central to the success of Hwayet and which have guided our work together over many years. First, Hishuk Masawak. Everything is one. Everything is connected. People, air, water, lands, forests, fishery, everything. In a governing context, we must not operate in silos, and we must take everything into account. Second sacred principle, Uathlak, taking care of everyone. In a governing context, we must always support and take care of everyone and everything, no matter the circumstances. Nobody can be left out. That is what humanity demands. And finally, ESOC, conducting yourself with utmost respect. In a governing context, we must treat each other with utmost respect. As we work together in these perilous times, I urge every MLA in this House to reflect on the wisdom of these three sacred principles and consider applying them to your work in the House on behalf of your constituents and British Columbians across the province. That's what British Columbians expect. With the foundation of that understanding, I'll now respond directly to the speech from the throne. At a time when we must apply 21st century thinking to the perfect storm we're facing, this government is pulling us back. At a time that calls for courage and big ideas, this spring's speech from the throne was narrow-minded and incremental, repeating old announcements and tired policies. This government is falling back, so far, on resource extraction and raw exports, and we need the courage to innovate, invest in value-added industry, and diversify our markets and economy. We can revitalize old but viable sectors like forestry while investing in emerging sectors like clean tech and sustainable tourism. The throne speech offers only incremental implementation of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, when that work is foundational to our shared prosperous future. The throne suite puts the environment in a silo, often ignored unless it's an obstacle on the path to fossil fuel expansion. Instead, we should be protecting and investing in the environment for the well-being and prosperity of future generations. In a throne speech filled with talk of tariffs, trade, industry, and the environment, there wasn't much mention of people. Where was the support of our most vulnerable? Those living paycheck to paycheck, those facing extreme challenges with housing, healthcare, and groceries, those struggling with addictions. It is shameful in one of the wealthiest jurisdictions that 10% of our population live below the poverty line. That's 500,000 people who deserve to live healthy, fulfilling lives, who want to contribute to BC instead of living in a constant state of uncertainty. If we lift our most vulnerable out of poverty, not only do we help individuals, we also help our overstretched healthcare and social programs. Now is not the time for incremental change. Now is the time to work together, to take bold, courageous action, to transform our society so the next generation has every opportunity to thrive. The Premier has leapt into action in response to this tariff threat, but tariffs are not the only threat to BC. The Accord, our Green Caucus negotiated with this government, the Confidence and Responsible Government Agreement, CARGA, tackles many of the challenges facing our province. It provides a roadmap for building resilience in our province, diversifying our economy, and achieving well-being for all. The Accord is not on the never-never plan. CARGA lays out 2025 deliverables for both short-term progress and for long-term transformation. This year, we will be working with many ministries to lay the groundwork for systemic change. This is a collaborative relationship to deal with and address some of the critical issues we face. And so systemic change, performance analysis of BC's primary healthcare system to understand how we can create the best form of healthcare for different communities across BC. A complete overhaul of Clean BC when the impacts and costs of the climate emergency are inescapable and accelerating. Clean BC is a mere shadow of what it must become. A review of the Rental Protection Fund, a forest review and action plan to address concerns about sustainability, jobs, environmental protection, and the future of industry. Working together to strengthen our collaborative local processes around water management, a review of Social Security and disability rates, working together with the Pachidat and other key stakeholders to permanently protect Ferry Creek. And last but not least, an evaluation of policy and legislation recommendations for increasing democratic engagement, including considering methods of proportional representation. Let me stop here to emphasize the importance of further considering proportional representation. The 2018 referendum on proportional representation was destined to fail because the question was indecipherable. The Premier has even acknowledged that. The case in favor of proportional representation is still strong. Voters are able to vote for the party and platform they support rather than being forced to vote strategically. Democracy is strengthened, and as a result, and polarization from a first-past-the-post system is ameliorated. Nobody wants a system that generates the swings we see in the United States. While systemic change begins in 2025, the Accord also includes immediate action to support British Columbians, funding for community health centres, investments in mental health bringing psychologist visits under MSP, 30,000 units of non-market housing, including 7,500 units in 2025, expanded access to SAFER and RAP, including increased eligibility and no more clawbacks, active support for local government housing models that provide wraparound services and reflect local conditions to tackle the overlapping crises of homelessness, toxic drugs, and disconnected communities. Frequent, reliable, and affordable regional transit on key interregional routes, and a focus on the Sea to Sky corridor in 2025. That's fundamental to tackling the climate crisis. Significant funding to provide heat pumps to low and moderate income households. Closing the property transfer tax loophole for the sale of properties by trust. This is our moment. There's so much we can accomplish within this accord, and we know that working collaboratively, this government can do and achieve so much more in 2025. At the beginning of this speech, I spoke about the many mentors who've shaped my life and will inspire my work as MLA. Among them were MLAs Sonia Firstnow and Adam Olson, who left an incredible legacy in this building and an inspiring list of accomplishments. As I close my first speech in this House, I hope I am able to honor their legacy by contributing tangible benefits for my constituents as well as all British Columbians. To do that, we will all need to work together, having the courage to take the road less traveled, the willingness to take risks and make fiscally responsible investments in innovation and creative solutions, the strength to ground all of our actions in community consultation, the resolve to never take no for an answer, all the while being guided by the wisdom of our elders. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member. Chair, I'll recognize the member from Victoria Swan Lake.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to address the speech from the throne. When my 6-year-old son asked me how I felt to go to work as my new job as an MLA today, I replied with candor, nervous. And without missing a beat, he immediately added, and brave. You're nervous, but you're also brave. I will endeavor to channel this energy and to be courageous each and every day. I have the privilege of representing the good people of Victoria Swan Lake in this House, in this beautiful and historic legislature. I can't imagine that the magic of entering this awe-inspiring building will ever fade. My thanks to the Algonquin-speaking people, the Songhees and Esquimalt First Nations, on whose territory we gather and I live. Thank you to Elders Butch Dick and Marianne Thomas for their powerful remarks that opened the throne speech. Elder Marianne Thomas asked us to serve in this House with an open heart and to ensure that love is central to the work that we do. I want to thank her, Honorable Speaker, for this message and for her bravery in sharing her experiences and insights with us as a residential school survivor, and also as a daughter, a mother, and a grandmother. I will carry this with me always. From my longtime work in Holocaust education, I learned the power of becoming witness to a witness. I borrow this phrase from a dear friend and BC resident, Lilian Borax-Nemetz, who is a child survivor of the Warsaw Ghetto and a prolific writer and poet. I learned about the importance of listening carefully to those who have wisdom based on lived experiences, who can teach us not only the worst that humans are capable of, but also the best. The kindness and the strength that Elder Marianne Thomas embodies is a shining light and a north star to us all. As I reflect upon my responsibilities and opportunities as a member of this legislature, I believe that at the heart of it all is the need to listen deeply and compassionately, and the need to translate learnings into meaningful actions for the citizens of this province. This is why I am proud to be part of this government and pleased to support the throne speech, which foregrounds a people-centered vision for this province. The outline of our broad goals for this legislative session reflects a commitment to meeting the challenges of our moment head-on and to building a more prosperous, healthy, and equitable society for all British Columbians. At this time of great uncertainty, our government is working to ensure that nobody is left behind. While acknowledging the emerging challenges and we face, our government is leveraging BC's many advantages, first and foremost, our people, to build a better province, the province of our dreams. I am honored and humbled to play a role in this project, and I'm grateful for this opportunity. First and foremost, I thank the voters in the wonderful neighborhoods of Victoria and Saanich that make up Victoria Swan Lake for their support and their trust. I will do my level best each and every day to represent your interests. Thank you to former MLA and Minister Rob Fleming for his tireless work on behalf of British Columbians over his 20-year career in provincial politics. I am so grateful for his friendship and mentorship and his legacy of tremendous contributions for the people of our riding. I'm also grateful for my small but mighty campaign team led by Melissa Ference and rounded out by Tyler Trupp and Sophia Brownsey. As a first-time candidate, I counted on and learned so much from their strategic and practical guidance. This was implemented thanks to a team of dedicated volunteers who worked alongside me literally every step of the way. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone that contributed donations, time, expertise, and passion to my campaign. Together, we did it. Thank you, too, to my family, to my husband, son, parents, and sister, for their boundless love, encouragement, and support. How lucky am I that my husband is such a rock and a rock star, and that our son is best friends with his beloved Nan and Pa. I grew up in a politically engaged family of educators and artists with a union leader as a father. In a family of Eastern European immigrants who on my mother's side survived great hardships during the Second World War. And on my father's side, by a stroke of luck, came to North America in the early 20th century, escaping the terrible fate of most European Jews during the Holocaust. My grandparents never missed an opportunity to acknowledge their and our great fortune to be living in Canada and the beautiful British Columbia. I've been grateful for and inspired by the work of so many people who dedicate themselves to making our country and province the best it can be, who are dedicated to building a better and a more inclusive society. Among these are public servants at a time when service is more important than ever. I would like to thank my colleagues in government. I am so grateful for the guidance of veteran MLAs and ministers and the solidarity of new members, as well as to the phenomenal professionals that support us. From the teams at the clerk's office to those in Hansard Services and in the Legislative Library, perhaps the gem of this precinct, the quality and the commitment of people who support our democratic institutions and processes is truly inspiring. A special thanks to Legislative Assistant Helena Keelenside, as well as Research and Communications Officer Astra Lund-Phillips, whose everyday assistance is invaluable. Thanks also to Rachel O'Neill and Linda Gillespie, my outstanding constituency advisors in the Victoria Swan Lake constituency office, which is the HQ and heart of our work in the riding. In recent months, I've been immersed in outreach and engagement work. I've met with community leaders and nonprofit professionals working tirelessly to ensure that children, youth, seniors, families, and workers in our communities live healthy, safe, and good lives. I've met with local businesses, municipal offices, municipal representatives, and law enforcement, as well as labor and faith leaders. I have met with community members about their challenges and concerns, working with my team to direct them to provincial programs and services. Hearing from a diversity of individuals, organizations, and other stakeholders provides invaluable information and insights to inform my work in this House. My heartfelt thanks to all of those that I've connected with, and I look forward to many more conversations, visits, and events in my wonderful riding and throughout the city and province. For those of you who are new to the Capital Region, Victoria Swan Lake makes up the northern portions of Victoria and the southern portions of Saanich. The Victoria section, which is north of Bay Street, consists of the neighborhoods of Burnside Gorge, Hillside Quadra, and Oaklands. In Saanich, the electoral district covers Tillicum Gorge, Uptown, and Quadra Cedar Hill. Alongside natural gems such as the Gorge Waterway and Swan Lake Christmas Hill Nature Sanctuary and its stellar coffee shops, the riding is best defined by its people, by their diversity and their community-mindedness. This made door-knocking, main streeting, and candidates' meetings during the campaign such a joy. The people of Victoria Swan Lake are politically engaged, caring, and compassionate, deeply invested in building good lives for their own families and also for their neighbors and the most vulnerable in society. This is perhaps best embodied by our vibrant and diverse network of neighborhood associations and community centers. From Burnside Gorge Neighborhood Association's Christmas Hamper Baskets to Quadra Village Community Center's Youth Drop-In Program. From the Oakland Community Association's Queer Community Dinners to Saanich Neighborhood Places, bustling childcare center. It's places like these that are the cornerstones of caring and compassionate communities. The riding is home to people who have come from all over the world. The Gurdwara Sahib Khalsa Diwan Society on Topaz Avenue, founded in 1912, is one of the oldest Sikh settlements in North America. The 150-year-old synagogue, Congregation Emmanuel, is just over in Beacon Hill, and my riding is home to the first Jewish day school on Vancouver Island, which opened its doors last year to meet the needs of the fastest Jewish community in Canada here in Victoria. There is the Masjid Al-Iman Mosque on Quadra Street, and the Victoria Bengali Cultural Society hosted a beautiful event for International Mother Language Day this weekend. Also this weekend, I joined a moving program of remembrance for the 3rd anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine at the Ukrainian Cultural Center. Honorable Speaker, I love Victoria Swan Lake and the people that live there. And I am here because I am dedicated, and I have been dedicated to building and bridging communities. I'm here because I want my neighbors to be able to thrive as kids, as elders, and as everything in between. I'm here because I'm dedicated to working in a way that is rooted in community and informed by expertise to make a difference in people's lives. Honorable Speaker, I am here to fight for civil discourse and civil society, to be part of a government that brings people together and knows that there is strength in diversity of backgrounds and experiences. This is why I'm so pleased to support the throne speech. It offers a broad roadmap that speaks to the issues that matter to British Columbians and how this government is continuing to address these. And I say continuing because work has been ongoing, started well before my own election, and there have been many achievements and much to celebrate. Addressing the cost of living has been a central issue here in BC, as it's been for other Canadian provinces. Global inflation has made food more expensive and everyday costs much tougher to manage. Perhaps the single most important affordability measure that our government has advanced relates to childcare. We have cut childcare costs by more than half on average, saving families up to $900 a month per child. This has been an absolute game changer for families, something I heard about time and time again on the doorsteps and out in community during the campaign. I heard from people who shared that they would not be able to return to work and not be able to live in this city without the BCNDP's support for affordable childcare. Even before the risk of the Trump tariffs, we have been building an economy with higher paying jobs and training people for those jobs. We have boosted skills training with programs like the 3,500 Future Skills Grant to help people get short-term training for in-demand jobs. In Victoria Swan Lake, we trained 160 participants in the Indigenous Peoples Trades Program at Colona College and also provided funding for Women in Trades program at Colona. These have provided vital training opportunities and are making important contributions to economic development. Housing affordability is a big challenge here in BC, and this government has been taking bold and comprehensive action on this front. Honourable Speaker, our government has been standing up to speculators and has an action plan that experts say will create 300,000 additional middle-class homes in the next decade. The government has been taking on the things that have been driving up housing costs with an expanded speculation tax, a flipping tax, a crackdown on standalone short-term rentals, and an initiative to protect existing affordable rental stock. We have built over 700 units of student housing at the University of Victoria, supporting students while also bringing down pressure on the local rental market. A housing project with provincial support that I'm particularly excited about in my riding is the first phase of Victoria Kool-Aid Society's Crosstown project. This includes over 150 units, including 54 supportive units, with a broad spectrum of rental rates that prioritize housing diversity and inclusivity. Additionally, and people are very excited about this, the project will feature a daycare with 36 affordable childcare spaces. In Saanich, the government is investing in a new transit-oriented development near the Uptown Shopping Centre, which will provide hundreds of new homes, public and commercial spaces, and community amenities. These are tremendous contributions to our neighborhoods and the people that call them home. Like other Canadian provinces, BC is still feeling the fallout from the pandemic. Communities are growing, Our family members are getting older, and many doctors and nurses are retiring, which means that people are finding it harder to access healthcare. There is much work to do, but important progress is being made. BC is hiring more doctors to provide immediate support and training more new doctors to meet future demands. This includes over 900 internationally trained family doctors and specialists who have been licensed to practice here in the past year. Our nursing workforce is growing faster than any other province. Many more people are getting access to primary care every day thanks to these measures. In Victoria's Swan Lake, the new Gorge Urgent Primary Care Centre opened its doors in 2022, providing vital health care services to the region. That same year, a new community health centre opened at Luther Court, which is a recognized leader in offering outstanding care for seniors in our community. Now, with support from Building BC Community Housing Fund, Luther Court Society is building a 95-unit intergenerational project geared to students, older adults, and families as part of what the Society calls a campus of care in Saanich. This is just one example of the innovative, people-centered housing projects that are making our communities better for everyone. Nurturing and educating the future generations of British Columbians is vital for the success of our province. So too are investments in school infrastructure. Last year, students in my riding began to enjoy a new seismically upgraded and expanded Victoria High School, which received $97 million investment from the province. Soon, the students at Cedar Hill Middle School will attend new seismically upgraded school with $49.9 million in provincial funding. Just yesterday, the Greater Victoria School District shared a Facebook update about Cedar Hill Middle School. It reads, "Every day, students and staff witness the exciting exponential progress that is taking place outside their current classroom windows. In addition to seismic safety, the new design offers more collaboration spaces, including an Indigenous Welcome Center, and is setting new standards for sustainability in the district. They say, we look forward to providing more updates as we near planned occupancy in the summer." You can imagine the excitement for these students, their teachers, their parents, and the whole community. Honourable Speaker, the people of Victoria Swan Lake care deeply about their neighbours, not only in the immediate term, but also for generations to come. That is why it is so important that our government is committed to protecting our land, air, and water, taking action to tackle climate change while we grow our economy. Honourable Speaker, we are going to continue to keep focused on that work and keeping people and communities safe through wildfires, droughts, floods, and other climate emergencies. Underlying all the government's work is our partnership with Indigenous peoples. Advancing reconciliation, implementing the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and working in partnership with First Nations right holders to advance shared interests is integral to the work of this government. As we heard during the throne speech, 8 of the 9 new successful clean energy projects announced by the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions have 51% First Nations equity ownership. This is historic. To get this electricity online faster, new wind-powered projects will be exempt from the environmental assessment process. We are prioritizing efficiency and regulating in a way that makes sense while continuing to ensure that our rigorous standards are met. Honourable Speaker, I have highlighted much of the work we have done and will continue to do to meet the needs of British Columbians. The throne speech also speaks to the work our government is doing to quickly reorient itself to a changed landscape. The current and evolving dynamic with our closest neighbor and ally, the United States, was impossible to fathom months ago. The Trump tariffs and the President's repeated threats to Canadian sovereignty have fundamentally altered our course as a country and as a province. The throne speech affirmed that difficult times such as these call for action that is thoughtful and decisive. As we've heard, our strategy is three-pronged. We're strengthening and growing our economy to be more agile and durable, diversifying our trading relationships, and responding firmly and forcefully if required. Honorable Speaker, this is such important work. I am proud of this government for working to turn a crisis into opportunities for our province. I'm proud of our commitment to supporting industries and to supporting workers. As Parliamentary Secretary for Arts and Film, I have the honor of supporting the Minister of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport to identify opportunities for BC to enhance and grow the arts, culture, and film sectors, and to ensure their long-term prosperity. On the film and television front, there have been important developments in recent months, highlighted in the throne speech. BC is one of the largest motion picture hubs in Canada and in North America, with more than 26,000 jobs, employing more than 70,000 people, including gig workers, in the industry throughout the province. BC offers a range of competitive tax credits to both domestic and international production companies to attract acclaimed productions like The Last of Us and Shogun, and to nurture homegrown projects such as Murder in a Small Town for export. Tax credits generate economic benefits. In 2022 to 2023, we provided $941 million in tax credits to this industry, and this generated $2.7 billion in total GDP. Film production in BC has taken a big hit over the last few years due to significant impacts from the pandemic, multiple labor disruptions, and changes to consumer behavior. In my first days on the job, I joined a mission to Los Angeles with the Minister for Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport and the Minister of Finance. Alongside delegates for Screen BC, we met with studios down south to highlight the advantages of partnering with the film and TV industry in our province. We underscored BC's commitment to supporting this vital sector. The timing of this visit was critical as it provided studio decision makers with the important information about the value of filming in BC they needed for their production planning. In every meeting in LA, we heard glowing praise for the province's highly skilled crews, extensive infrastructure, and natural scenery. We also heard directly from studio executives how critical it is for BC to have comprehensive tax incentives in order for productions to continue coming here. Following my time in Los Angeles, I have had the opportunities to connect with leadership and members of IATSE, the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, and UBCP-ACTRA, the Union of BC Performers. Workers candidly shared the challenges and hardships they were facing with a scarcity of confirmed productions. This has been affecting them, their families, and their communities deeply. This is why, Honorable Speaker, I'm so pleased that our government has announced that we're boosting tax incentives and our competitive advantage to ensure that our province remains a destination of choice for filmmakers in Canada and around the world, employing skilled BC crews. BC's innovative and vibrant creative sector is broad and dynamic. We are fortunate to be home to artists and companies engaged in nationally and globally recognized work in music and sound recording, interactive digital media, and publishing. The sector showcases our province and artists on the global stage, strengthening our reputation as a prime destination for tourists around the world. 2025 is the year of music in BC, and next month we are proud to host the Juno Awards here in Vancouver and the Canadian Country Music Association Awards in Kelowna. Building on the success of the Invictus Games, these events provide tremendous opportunities to showcase BC's talent and our province as a prime destination for creators, events, and tourism. Like the minister, I know that arts and culture are critical to the well-being of society and that they help build vibrant, resilient, innovative, and engaged communities. A strong arts and culture sector contributes to a sustainable economy, encouraging creativity and innovation across sectors in our workforce. That is why, Honourable Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring the vibrancy and sustainability of the arts and culture sector. Honourable Speaker, I'm so grateful to be Parliamentary Secretary for Arts and Film at this time. The role offers an opportunity to support economic growth, creative professionals, and a strong and vibrant British Columbia. The arts offer infinitely rich entry points to consider a diversity of experiences and perspectives so important for the place and time in which we live. At the same time as advancing values of diversity and inclusion, the arts offer unique opportunities to bring us together, to inspire unity and social cohesion. Honourable Speaker, the throne speech's emphasis on unity is powerful and important. We have all been moved, I think, by the surging interest in buying BC and buying Canadian. We were all ecstatic after Canada's historic hockey win last week. As our national pride rightfully swells, let us remember our history. The fact that we are not perfect makes it all the more important to learn about and reflect on our past. This includes learning about the history and legacies of residential schools and anti-Indigenous racism and discrimination, about immigration and other policies which have been exclusionary for far too long. There are reminders of this as we work in this legislature. At one time, women, Black, Chinese, and Indigenous people were denied the vote here in BC. But here in this House, Honourable Speaker, we have an opportunity to move British Columbia in the direction of equality and fairness, to stand up and fight for all British Columbians. My career, which has been dedicated to combating hate through education, has taught me that it is not enough to build social cohesion. We must also stand up against the forces which erode it. And now, as a political leader, I know that I have a special responsibility to fight these forces, which includes scapegoating and rhetoric that seeks to divide and to polarize. I know that many of my friends and former colleagues in the Jewish community will be thinking about the recent surge of anti-Semitism, an age-old conspiracy theory often referred to as the canary in the coal mine of global hate and toxic to democracy. We must counter threats to our democratic institutions and processes whenever they appear. We must resist fear, anger, conspiratorial thinking, and easy answers. We must pursue truth and a more hopeful future. Honourable Speaker, here in this House, let us model what is possible, something envisioned in the throne speech. Let us engage in informed and respectful dialogue, courageously commit ourselves to tackling the challenges of our time, and work together towards the common good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member from Colona Center.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is with gratitude and responsibility that I rise in this House today to speak to British Columbians on behalf of Colona Center. It is an absolute honour and immense privilege to represent this vibrant community that is Colona. So I've spent the last 25 years raising children using as few words as possible. For example, dinner, now, shoes, on. So when our leader told us that I might be tasked with speaking for half an hour, it was a little daunting. But it's actually quite a privilege and an honor because I've been given a voice to speak for the people of Colona Center and I hope that my message comes across as clear and loud as when I speak to my kids in short form. So Kelowna is situated around a lake. It's absolutely gorgeous. There's no shortage of sailboats and houseboats in the summer months. Year-round, our city parks are alive with joggers, bikers, dog walkers, frisbees, you name it. Colona Center is also home to a bustling wine and tourism industry and a growing culture of arts and community downtown. Everything from handmade ice cream to craft breweries and boutique shops, all demonstrations of our budding business and entrepreneurship sector, can be found right in the heart of this community. I've lived in the Kelowna area for over 26 years, raising my family here alongside my husband, Andrew. This community has been home for over 2 decades and holds a special place in my heart. Over the years, I've had the privilege of being actively involved in my community, whether it be in volunteering in local initiatives, attending events, or supporting small businesses. I've always felt deeply connected to my community and my people. Today, I have to start by acknowledging those who got me here. So I had an incredible campaign team, and I want to mention everyone now. So my door knockers, the teams that helped me build this campaign and helped me email, helped me with finances, everything. I'm just going to name you now: Walter and Sharon, Ruby, Marcus, Alice, Catherine, and the other Catherine, Jenny, Curtis, Phil, Brendan, Ken, Ron, Rudy, Rebecca and Jody, Brandy, Jake, Calix, Amelia and Chris, Silas and Colby, Jan and Carolyn, Rick, Bob, and Sam. The countless hours you put in and dedicated are so greatly appreciated. And we did have a lot of fun knocking on doors and meeting up for coffee before and after. I also want to shout out to my constituency assistants at home, Catherine Guntis and Sonia Sandu. I can't do this without you. You're amazing. You have my back at home, and I know that. I want to point out my legislative assistant as well, John Corey. We're all loving his amazing work down there. He has our backs as well. I have to take a moment to thank my parents, Roman and Pauline Boychuk. I had the privilege of introducing them in this house on Monday. It was truly a special experience to get to share that moment with them, and it was followed by a lovely lunch in the legislative dining room. My father, Roman, retired from a 40-year career with CP Rail, which meant that throughout my childhood, I actually got to travel across Canada, taking in all the beautiful scenery via train. So that's a very slow experience of the scenery, but beautiful. My mother, Pauline, was primarily a stay-at-home supermom who raised 8 children, me and my 7 younger siblings. They both have shaped my life significantly, and I wouldn't be here without their hard work and their commitment to ensuring that I grew up to be the best version of myself. I also want to give a shout out to my sister, Corrine, and her husband, Rob, and of course to some of my favorite nephews and niece, Sam, Micah, and Olivia. They've been an amazing support to me throughout my campaign and in this stage as well. And finally, I have to sincerely thank my family, my husband of almost 27 years, Andrew, and my 4 amazing kids. Your support has been unwavering, especially during the ups and downs of a campaign. My kids are Daria, Brielle, River, and Michaela, and they're now young adults, and the youngest 2 are graduating this year and next year. They were on the front lines with me door knocking, and I honestly couldn't be prouder of them and the upstanding citizens they are becoming. They are truly my greatest achievement, and watching them grow up and begin to understand how much the future of BC and issues such as housing and affordability depended on this past election gives me a ton of hope for the next generation. So proud of them. As I look back on the variety of careers that I got to experience as I raised my kids, experiences that I didn't know would lead me to this very legislature and equip me with the skills required to best represent my community of Colona Center, I'm so happy that I've had the variety of experiences that I got to have. During my kids' schooling, I became extensively involved in fundraising and community collaboration efforts. eventually heading up their preschool as president for a year and sitting on its council for many years. This experience taught me the importance of investing in community and the importance of accessible early education for all children. I was also involved in the healthcare system, first as a caregiver for 5 years before becoming a doula, which is a birth and labor coach, one of my favorite careers to date. Connecting with clients and directly supporting families during childbirth was such a formative and rewarding experience. I attended over 200 births over a 10-year period. This taught me the importance of human connection, patient advocacy, and really getting to know your community and building strong relationships. And some of those doula clients and families continue to hold a very special place in my heart to this day. For the last 5 years, before I got my start in politics, I worked in real estate, yet another industry which emphasizes the importance of human connection and relationship building. Helping people move from renting to the dream of home ownership and making that real investment into their country and their future was such a fulfilling experience. However, acquiring this deep understanding of the local housing market also exposed me to the realities of the affordability crisis and how it manifests in the housing sector, especially as homeownership becomes a farther and more distant dream for some of our next generation. As my kids have grown up, they've noticed how unaffordable life is. We felt as a family that we should step up and be part of the change, be part of the solution, which got me thinking about how I could do my part in ensuring that a safe, affordable, and just future could be secured for our next generation. I decided to start attending school board meetings back in 2020 as a way of putting my foot in the door, which was one of my first involvements in politics. I had considered running for the first time as well, but other life plans got in the way. However, as the Conservative Party and Conservative movement began to gain momentum, well, actually, it was barely a whisper when I got involved. I did join at the grassroots level and eventually ended up putting my name forward as a candidate. Joining the Conservative Party of BC was like a breath of fresh air for me, and it allowed me to find like-minded individuals who represented my voice and shared my values. I'm proud to be part of a party which first sought to recriminalize hard drugs in the face of failed policy. I'm proud to advocate alongside my colleagues to keep hard drugs out of communities and hospitals and champion the rehiring of healthcare workers. We have so much work to do, but I'm committed to doing my part in ensuring that BC can once again return to a time of economic prosperity. Today, I would like to address 3 issues facing my riding, which have had profound impacts on Colona Center's sense of community and ability to navigate these economic times. First, it's without question that homelessness and the lack of affordable housing options has skyrocketed into a tremendous problem for British Columbians. Over the years, I've noticed quite a significant increase in homelessness and addiction in my area, and as a result, an uptick in crime. Some of my favorite small businesses, including Bliss Bakery, where my campaign was regularly meeting, have closed as a result of crime in the area. In addition, Colona Center is home to one of the largest tent cities outside of the Lower Mainland, and this crisis, which is clearly demonstrated in Kelowna's downtown core, is evidence of how much people are struggling to overcome the pain and challenges they face every day. Encampments have been a visible reminder of how heartbreaking the affordability crisis is, a reminder of how complicated homelessness can be and how it's often paved with trauma and grief. During my campaign, I had the privilege of speaking with downtown homeowners and renters who face the increased burden of crime and safety issues, especially since drug use on their patios became a regular occurrence. Many businesses and homeowners were forced to relocate or shut down as a result. All of this due to ridiculous and radical policies. In addition to speaking with homeowners, one of my most rewarding campaign experiences was volunteering at a local soup kitchen. Getting to know staff members personally and hearing their stories was incredibly inspiring, with many staff or their loved ones actually experiencing homelessness prior or addiction themselves. Meeting the patrons was just as inspiring. They were genuine, open, and willing to share their stories with me. Often they wore their emotions on their sleeve, and often their emotions were negative, but I loved the authenticity and hearing the real stories from real people. I want to take a moment to express my utmost gratitude to all of the community organizations and community leaders who dedicate hours every day to supporting Colona Center's homeless population. These individuals and organizations are the unsung heroes who are on the front lines, working tirelessly to make a positive and lasting impact in the lives of those who are most vulnerable in our community. Some of these incredible organizations include Freedom's Door, Colona Gospel Mission, Metro Community Hub, the Salvation Army, and many more. Their meaningful work and outreach efforts are truly inspiring. They are a testament to how strong and resilient our community can be when working to lift each other up. And their approach to their work is filled with compassion, understanding, and an unwavering commitment to improving the lives of those in need. One of my favorite aspects of the Colona community is our generosity. Our community's commitment to giving back is evident in the numerous events, galas, fundraisers, and charity events that are held throughout the year. These events serve as a powerful reminder of the collective spirit we share as people from all walks of life come together to make a real difference. Addressing homelessness has always been a priority of mine, and it's fueled by the deep understanding that as human beings, we all share the same inherent value and dignity. It's crucial to recognize that homelessness is not just about a lack of shelter, but about the broader systemic issues that contribute to individuals losing their sense of security and stability. The root causes of homelessness are complex and multifaceted, ranging from mental health challenges, substance use, domestic violence, to economic inequality, lack of affordable housing, and a breakdown in the support systems that many of us take for granted. To truly address homelessness and help those who are homeless reclaim their lives with dignity and hope, we must advocate for supportive housing and the accessibility of necessary services like treatment, counseling, and programs for forward movement, all while ensuring that action is taken against crime and repeat offenders are held accountable. I hope we can do this and make a difference for the individuals experiencing homelessness who are suffering the most, and make a difference for the community. The second issue I want to talk about is our bridge, the William R. Bennett Bridge. I want to talk about its importance and the importance of critical infrastructure across British Columbia. While many see this bridge as merely a bridge that thousands of people cross every day without a second thought, it represents connection and networks, access to care and education, and relationship building. It's the one and only bridge from Colona to the west side, and it single-handedly can determine whether businesses are able to open that day, whether essential services such as hospitals are adequately staffed, whether parents can return home after work to their families, and whether people are able to commute to and from Colona, even if it's for something as simple but important as Costco. On January 27th, the William R. Bennett Bridge was closed due to a bomb threat, putting Colona at a standstill, leaving citizens stranded, and demonstrating the significant consequences of relying on one bridge alone. This kind of lack of foresight for critical infrastructure seems to be a common thread of BC right now, especially in rural areas. Let me paint a picture for those of you who aren't too familiar with the geography of Colona. West Kelowna is only 15 minutes away from Colona. However, it's separated by the beautiful Okanagan Lake. While the hospital is located in Colona, many staff commute from West Kelowna, relying on the bridge to get them to work every single day. The same goes for businesses in downtown Colona and the airport, which is located in Colona. Anyone attempting to access these services from the west depends solely on the operation of this bridge. So you see, it's exactly this, this beautiful lake, which defines so much of our valley, culture, tourism, industry, and makes Colona such an attractive place to live and play. It's the same lake that makes commuting and infrastructure that much more challenging. But it's not impossible, not in the least. We just need a plan, and we need to commit to it. Following the bridge closure on the 27th, one of the biggest concerns was hospital access. Hospital staff had to be ferried across the lake in police boats. Well, patients were faced with two choices. They could either reschedule their appointments or risk a long, extended detour. The detour, which would add at least 2 hours to the commute due to snowy and hazardous road conditions, made an already difficult situation more challenging for those needing medical care. The closure both disrupted daily life and also created an unnecessary strain on both patients and healthcare workers. I am incredibly relieved that the bridge did not sustain any damage, although it did get me thinking about how much it would impact my community if it was damaged. Just imagining the potential repair times, ranging from several months to several years, to even years. It was a daunting and unsettling thought. Without the bridge, families could be separated, commutes would be quadrupled, and practically all sectors, including businesses, tourism, and education, would be negatively affected. Looking back to 2008, when the current bridge opened, and it was brand new, William Bennett himself acknowledged the importance of having an additional crossing to prevent an over-reliance on one single route. His suggestion to build another crossing now feels more pertinent, given the growing reliance on this single point of access and the potential and significant challenges it could pose to our community. This additional crossing, I'm proud to say, was a key commitment our party made during the campaign, and I intend to fight for that promise every day that I sit in this chamber. This conversation extends beyond my riding of Colona Center and directly affects other cities, including Penticton and Merritt, to name a few. It, of course, includes West Kelowna and Kelowna Mission, Kelowna Lake Country as well. It certainly adds to the greater conversation of alternative routes for the Okanagan as a whole, and adapting our transportation routes to accommodate for the beautiful lake that we are built around is of utmost importance. And I will continue to advocate for a second crossing here in Kelowna, a risk-adverse solution which is imperative to ensuring that essential services are accessible and that the vibrant city of Kelowna can continue to operate at all times. Third, I want to highlight a private community garden in North Glenmore, a premier agri-tourism destination with seasonal fruit grown and a monumental example of a thriving community here in Colona Center, which is now at risk of closure. This 10-acre parcel of land has been operating as a community garden since 2022, run by the Vandermeers, who have since expanded it to 68 plots, each measuring 18 by 75 feet. They've maintained these beautiful grounds for over 2 years now and hope to continue expanding it with an additional 16 plots this upcoming spring, in response to growing demand from people who are interested in growing their own fruits and vegetables. This community garden actually runs without support by the city, is fully funded by the owners of the land, which is in contrast to the other fully funded community garden that's funded by the city for $72,000 to the taxpayers. This one is privately owned, but used by community members and frequently hosts events providing nutritious foods, highlighting food security, and creating community building opportunities. They even donate a lot of the food. Unfortunately, they're currently facing a dilemma as BC Assessment determined that they no longer qualify for farm status, as community gardens are not considered farming. This community garden is appealing BC Assessment's decision, and if the appeal fails, costs will increase and they'll be passed on to the very community members who use the garden. I wanted to show my support for this vital project and emphasize the work they've done to combat food insecurity and promote community and collaboration through sustainable practices. It is imperative that the appeal be granted not only to secure the future of the community garden and its ongoing operations, but also to ensure it can continue to offer valuable support to those who depend on it for essential fruits and vegetables. Allowing this project to thrive is an investment in the health of our community, providing a model of sustainability, cooperation, and resilience for generations to come. The government loves to talk about sustainability and food security, but it seems to me their policies directly undermining these principles. So I'm asking them today to support me in seeking a common sense solution for these gardeners. It's important to recognize the role that I have as a representative for Colona Center. The challenges facing the community garden are not isolated. They are part of a broader responsibility I carry to ensure the voices of those in my riding are heard and acted upon. Whether it's addressing an issue that is as encompassing as the affordability and housing crisis, which affects families, individuals, and communities across the province, or dealing with something more local like the need for alternative transportation routes adapted to our geographical landscape, or even advocating for continued operations of a vibrant community garden that brings people together of all ages and backgrounds to foster growth and connection. It is essential that as representatives, we stand firm in proactively fighting for what our communities need. It's not enough to simply listen. We must act, and that requires dedication, commitment, and an unwavering belief in the importance of advocacy. Being a voice for common sense and making a difference for our constituents means that we must have the courage to stand up for what is right, even if those actions are not always the most popular or the easiest to take. True leadership is about doing what is necessary, not what is convenient. Oftentimes, in this job, doing the right thing and doing the easy thing are not the same thing. I thought it was quite fitting to hear the Premier say yesterday, if it was easy, we would have done it. I believe that quote perfectly exemplifies the difference between us and them. They look for the easy way out, but we are prepared to make the decisions, the right choices, even if they are hard. This is just the beginning of a crucial next 4 years, where I hope to be able to work towards a future where individuals and families feel empowered in all aspects of life, including their health, their finances, relationships, and overall well-being. It is imperative for us to work towards a society where everyone feels supported by their own elected government, and where British Columbians have access to the necessary resources and supports they need to experience financial wellness, proper access to health care, and home ownership. For this future to be realized, our communities must start by feeling safe, secure, and strong, qualities that are currently lacking under this government. Far too many British Columbians are struggling with skyrocketing living costs, a healthcare crisis, and mounting concerns over public safety. These pressing issues cannot be ignored any longer, and we must use the trust bestowed on us by our constituents and take action to restore stability, safety, and confidence in our communities. Madam Speaker, I am truly honored and so grateful for this opportunity to serve my community of Colona Center. Together, we can ensure people feel genuinely supported and valued, and I'm fully committed to doing everything I can to make that vision a reality for every individual and family in our province. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Good afternoon. I'm so grateful to be here today on the territory of the Lekwungen peoples, the Songhees and Esquimalt nations. It's an honor to rise today and reply to the speech from the throne. I speak today as the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation and the Declaration Act Secretariat, working in partnership with Indigenous peoples, and as the MLA for Vancouver Little Mountain, working for the people of Vancouver on the territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. It is a great honor to be elected to this House. I'd like to start by thanking those who helped me get here, my husband, Seth, my 2 kids, who were both my strength and inspiration during the campaign, who helped door knock and make buttons and kept me grounded, as well as my parents and extended family. Many of my aunts and uncles put up signs and canvassed their friends and got deeply involved in the campaign, and it meant so much to me to get to the campaign office and see them there. And I also want to thank my campaign manager, Lisa DeClear, and an amazing campaign staff team and hundreds of volunteers who knocked on thousands of doors across the riding. And all of the ordinary and extraordinary good people around me who came together to support the vision of a more loving, kind, and caring province. It was incredibly moving and powerful to have so many conversations on doorsteps and with small business owners, and in particular to meet so many people's pets. I loved that interaction. I maybe uncommonly really like the chance to door knock and get to hear from the folks who I'm so lucky to get to represent in this place. We are living in a time when more than ever, we need to come together to face up to the challenges of a changing world. The throne speech outlines the steps that we will take to grow a more self-reliant economy here at home that delivers good-paying jobs. British Columbians want a strong, stable government to respond to these threats, and that's why I support the throne speech and continuing the leadership of Premier Eby that we have underway. We have everything we need to protect ourselves from the economic impacts of the US tariffs and to come out stronger. That includes our most precious resource of all, British Columbians, people. When I was first elected, my 10-year-old asked me who my boss is in my new job. And the answer jumped out of my mouth before I had formulated a whole and more complicated response. I said to him, the people are my boss. Whether it's the need for good jobs, reduced costs for families, access to healthcare, or making our neighborhoods safer, we are focused on people and the challenges they face in communities across BC. These challenges are felt acutely and disproportionately by Indigenous people and in First Nations communities. As minister, an important part of my job is to support all of my colleagues to make sure we are doing everything we can to advance reconciliation in British Columbia. This is a priority that was echoed across the mandate letters of every single minister. And in the throne speech given by Lieutenant Governor Wendy Kochia on Tuesday passed to continue to implement the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act. I have the pleasure to take on the role of Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation from Murray Rankin, and I want to say a couple words of recognition of former Minister Rankin. Murray has been a tireless advocate for reconciliation, bringing people together in non-partisan efforts to build a better British Columbia and Canada. Whether it was as a federal member of Parliament advocating for National Orange Shirt Day, leading the implementation of the first Declaration Act action plan, or working on generational nation-to-nation agreements, like treaty land entitlements in the Treaty 8 territory, or the Haida Land Title Agreement. Murray Rankin brought people together around solutions. That's what reconciliation is about, after all. Solutions to the challenges of our time. The only way to move forward from our shared history is to learn from it and to bring people together to make better choices in the future so history does not repeat itself. I'm passionate about this same approach, bringing people together. We know the old way of doing things, uncertainty and fighting in court and endless delays, doesn't work. Partnership and cooperation between the province and Indigenous people is driving BC forward. It's only by honoring the values that distinguish us as Canadians and, more importantly, as British Columbians, that we are guaranteed to succeed. These are values that respect what we've learned the hard way too many times. Values that respect the human rights of Indigenous people, that advance reconciliation and protect our environment and our economy. Our resilience comes from working together, not pulling apart. When we work together, everyone benefits. Government mandate letters have a clear focus to bring tangible improvements to the quality of life for people across British Columbia, including for Indigenous people, First Nations, and Métis. As the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation and Minister responsible for the Declaration Act Secretariat, I'm honoured to work alongside my colleagues and First Nations and Indigenous peoples, local governments, and interest holders to keep moving forward by advancing agreements and initiatives that make a difference on the ground and in communities. This is a critical time for British Columbia. As we face new levels of economic and political uncertainty, it's more important than ever to strengthen our relationships here at home. My focus is to build partnerships that create tangible benefits for First Nations by working on shared ministry commitments like affordable housing, clean energy, new jobs, and environmental stewardship. I've been asked, as part of my ministerial mandate, to review and update the Declaration Act Action Plan in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people. This is an important part of our legislative commitments under the Declaration Act and a meaningful way to hold ourselves accountable. The Premier has specifically asked me to prioritize one aspect of the action plan, Action 1.1. This speaks to the need for mechanisms to support nation and governance building, as well as overlap and boundary resolution. It's early in the conversation about how we move forward, and I recognize that leadership for this work rightfully belongs to First Nations and not to the province. Our work is to support that effort. My ministry will continue to work to implement treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements that make life better for everyone. This includes working with Minister Neal, my colleague at the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship, to accelerate existing land transfer commitments. With support from Attorney General Nikki Sharma, I will continue the work to align provincial laws with the UN Declaration in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people. And I'll work with Jessie Sooner, Parliamentary Secretary for Anti-Racism Initiatives, to address anti-Indigenous racism in BC. Across all my commitments, I'm dedicated to bringing local government, agencies, interest holders, and the public along in this reconciliation journey. These priorities don't cover everything we're going to do in the coming years, but they address the key issues that will guide us. My mandate letter is clear. This work is only made possible through strong partnerships with Indigenous people based on recognition of rights, respect, and shared values. In November, we marked the 5th anniversary of the passing of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, passed unanimously, I will remind this House. On November 29, 2019, British Columbia became the first province in Canada to affirm the human rights of Indigenous people in provincial law. It was survivors and intergenerational survivors of the residential school system who, during the Truth and Reconciliation Commission hearings, called on all governments to embrace the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous people. Since then, the Declaration Act has set a strong foundation for the province and set an example for the country and the world. We may have been the first jurisdiction to affirm the application of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, but I'm proud to say that we have certainly not been the last. BC and Indigenous people have accomplished a tremendous amount together since the NDP formed government 7 years ago. We're making tangible changes that align with the Declaration Act Action Plan, which are tracked and shared with the public every year in the Declaration Act Annual Report. Through the Declaration Act Secretariat, BC is at the forefront of jurisdictions undertaking the systemic work to align new and existing laws with the rights of Indigenous people, and to support a whole-of-government effort to align provincial laws, policies, and regulations with the UN Declaration. We're also eliminating laws and policies that deny equal opportunity for Indigenous people and introducing new legislation to address racism in public policies and services. Our framework for our efforts across government continues to be the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act and Action Plan. Each part of my portfolio, the Declaration Act Secretariat and the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, has distinct roles in implementing the commitments in the Declaration Act. For the ministry, part of this work includes continued effort to develop shared decision-making agreements. Section 6 and 7 of the Declaration Act provide a mechanism for the negotiation of joint and consent-based decision-making agreements with Indigenous governing bodies. We have several agreements with First Nations that include exploratory discussions on shared decision-making. As we undertake this work, predictability and accountability and transparency are paramount. Over the past 2 years, BC announced mandates to negotiate joint and consent-based decision-making agreements with the Tahltan Nation and Namgis First Nation. BC also signed 2 consent-based agreements with the Tahltan Central Government under Section 7 of the Declaration Act for the Eskay Creek and Red Chris mines. Whether it's the alignment of laws, the Declaration Act Action Plan, or shared decision-making approaches, we're committed to ensuring this work gets done in cooperation and consultation with Indigenous people using a distinctions-based approach. And this responsibility extends to every ministry, agency, and office in the BC government. Reconciliation is a thread that runs through all of government's work. To be clear, reconciliation is not something that begins and ends. Reconciliation is a process, an ongoing process of establishing respectful relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. This includes acknowledging past harms, apologizing, and taking action to address ongoing legacies of colonialism. One of the things we see clearly in this province is that when we address long-standing issues in First Nations, especially through partnerships, the whole region benefits from it. Our agreements with First Nations are built on shared values and principles and on the knowledge that First Nations have been stewarding this land since time immemorial. We're building unique partnerships that encourage investment and improve the services and infrastructure that we all rely on, including long-term agreements that focus on self-determination, decision-making, and economic independence. Several treaty tables are in advanced stages of agreement negotiations. And after decades of hard work, last summer the province initialed treaty agreements with Canada and with the Comox, Kitsillis, and Kitsim-Kalim First Nations. These treaties reflected significant innovations that were the result of years of hard work at the negotiating table and commitment by this government to move these agreements forward. We're also moving forward with unique solutions that fit specific contexts, like the historic Haida Tidal Lands Agreement and Haida Nation Recognition Amendment Act. And we recently reaffirmed our commitment to the Shishald Nation by renewing an agreement that will strengthen economic, cultural, and environmental initiatives. When we finalize an agreement with a First Nation, it represents a milestone in our government-to-government relationship and often represents growth and certainty and self-determination for the members of that nation. But agreements also create a positive ripple effect in regions across BC. New jobs, economic and cultural growth, safer communities. That makes a difference in everybody's daily lives. There are countless reasons that we do this work together. And part of that is acknowledging that for far too long, Indigenous people and Indigenous governments have been pushed aside. Indigenous people living in BC continue to face racism, discrimination, poverty, and poor health outcomes. I'm committed to addressing those inequalities and supporting the health and well-being of Indigenous people. And I know most people in BC want to work together to create benefits for Indigenous people and for all British Columbians. Whether we're adding good jobs to the economy through new clean energy projects, increasing housing supply for first-time home builders, or expanding access to addictions treatment and other healthcare facilities, our work would not be possible without the solid partnerships we have built and continue to build. I will continue to work on reconciliation, and I am committed to doing it in a way that brings people together and brings people along on the journey. Through the Declaration Act Action Plan and beyond, we've seen a tremendous amount of work across government to make real changes in the lives of Indigenous people. And I know that together with First Nations, Métis, and all British Columbians, we're building a stronger British Columbia with economic opportunities, good jobs, and a better future for everyone. Families and communities around BC depend on sustainable resource development and a clean economy to keep people working and businesses open. And First Nations leadership is essential to moving BC to a better future where we achieve our clean energy goals. After the latest BC Hydro call for power, my colleague, Minister Dix, recently announced that 10 wind and solar projects were selected. 8
Member,
of these...
Just the titles, not the names.
No names, titles. Thank you. Recently announced the 10 wind and solar projects were selected. 8 of these 10 projects, which are expected to increase BC Hydro's energy supply by 8%, have 51% equity ownership by First Nations. This includes the K2 wind project between Merritt and Colona, a partnership between Interjex Renewable Energy and the West Bank First Nation. We need these clean energy projects to power our province and build a clean economy. And we're making sure that First Nations are full partners in this process. The Ministry of Housing and Municipal Affairs is also working with First Nations and Indigenous organizations to increase housing on and off reserve. We're seeing the benefits of collaborating on infrastructure through the Indigenous Housing Fund, administered by BC Housing. Indigenous leaders and organizations have long asked governments to help them address the housing crisis in their communities. In BC, we're taking a unique approach, working in partnership to address this need, including by funding housing on reserve and treaty land, something no other province is doing. This $1.7 billion program, launched in 2018, is delivering 3,500 homes for Indigenous people both on and off reserve, and over 3,200 of those homes are already open or underway across the province, supporting Indigenous people to thrive no matter where they live. Across government, we are also recognizing Indigenous jurisdiction and the inherent right of Indigenous people to self-govern. This includes actively taking steps toward building a better system of child and family services. Through the Ministry of Children and Family Development, First Nations now have pathways to exercise child welfare jurisdiction and deliver child and family services under their own laws. In 2022, British Columbia became the first province in Canada to expressly recognize the inherent right of self-government of Indigenous communities, including jurisdiction over child and family services. Since then, we've signed historic agreements with First Nations setting out a new way forward for child and family jurisdiction. Now, I could fill the rest of my time today outlining the ways this government is working to improve the lives of Indigenous people and still not touch on half of what we're doing. We're developing an anti-racism action plan to outline how public bodies should address systemic racism, changing the way First Nations can acquire, hold, and register fee-simple land in BC. Supporting community-led futures also extends to our shared progress toward ending gender-based violence in BC and improving outcomes for Indigenous students. We're also bringing forward more emergency preparedness projects and disaster funding for First Nations, opening more Indigenous justice centers that provide culturally safe, Indigenous-led legal supports and services, and supporting the completion of 8 First Nations-run mental health and addiction treatment centers throughout the province. It's clear the work of reconciliation is happening and must continue happening in every part of government and in collaboration with First Nations, Métis, and Indigenous organizations. It's having a huge impact, not only for Indigenous people, but for everyone in our province. And I can't stress enough how vital it is that each one of us in these chambers weave the principles of reconciliation into everything we do. Over the course of this mandate, my colleagues have been tasked with growing the economy, creating good jobs, reducing costs, strengthening healthcare, and making our communities safer. And Premier Eby made it very clear that it is also the responsibility of every minister to advance reconciliation, implement the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act, and work in partnership with Indigenous people. And these responsibilities are more than complementary. They are interdependent and mutually connected. We must focus on delivering an improved quality of life for Indigenous people and building partnerships that advance reconciliation so that things can improve for every British Columbian. The uncertainty around our relations and trade with the United States has made our work on reconciliation even more urgent. And First Nations are important, critical partners at the table. The provinces, First Nations, and the federal government need to be aligned and strong together to defend our jobs and protect the economy. We're looking at actions government can take to improve its efficiency in decision-making, while ensuring projects still need to meet or exceed BC's world-class environmental standards. The Declaration Act gives us new ways of working shoulder to shoulder with First Nations. And my interest is in seeing if projects can move faster to respond to this broad existential threat because we have strong partnerships. From BC Hydro's call for power projects to groundbreaking consent-based partnerships for resources, First Nations are helping grow and diversify BC's economy. Deepening partnerships with First Nations will help us respond to the challenges in front of us, including the possibility of tariffs. Now, as my time wraps up, I want to return to my home community. As member of the Legislative Assembly for Vancouver Little Mountain, the throne speech focus on kitchen table priorities reflects what I'm hearing from my constituents. It's a throne speech for this moment we're living in. We need to make sure economic and social progress go hand in hand. I want to tell you a little bit about my riding of Vancouver Little Mountain. It is where I was born. It's where my parents live. And when I walk the streets or bike the streets, and talk to people, I'm at home. Like many urban ridings, Vancouver Little Mountain is made up of many small but vibrant communities that collectively make it a place where people want to live. It's bordered by Falls Creek in the north and West 49th in the south, with Cambie and Main Street running right through the riding, including 2 major transit lines, Broadway and the Canada Line. It includes an amazing mix of people, seniors and families, students and young people, synagogues and churches and mosques, healthcare services like the BC Children's Hospital and BC Women's Hospital, and amazing parks and recreation facilities like Nat Bailey Stadium, where our beloved Canadians play, and Queen Elizabeth Park. It's an area where we welcome new people all the time. People in Vancouver Little Mountain value affordability and fairness in housing, and we're seeing rents come down and more first-time buyers able to buy a home. I was fortunate to hear many of those stories on the doorstep in new buildings or old rental and multifamily buildings across the riding. It's part of why I'm so proud of the Attainable Housing Initiative that's happening in my riding. This is a partnership between the province and Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations that's bringing 2,600 new homes to Metro Vancouver and to Vancouver Little Mountain through a new form of financing proposed by the nations that will allow first-time homebuyers to purchase at below-market prices. Nations like Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh are showing real leadership in creating healthy communities and economic opportunities in their territories. When we deliver more homes people can afford, we help people working in the retail, construction, and service sectors live closer to their jobs. When we hire teachers and build modern schools, we help students get a good start in life, preparing them for an ever-changing workforce. I had the pleasure recently of visiting the new seismic upgrade replacement of Eric Hamber Secondary School, a school that my mom attended. It's the first secondary school in Vancouver to feature a dedicated childcare center for children under the age of 5. The rooftop childcare facility has nearly 70 licensed spaces for children. The school integrates Indigenous designs, including a 5-meter female welcome figure and weaving creations by Musqueam artists Brent Sparrow and Deborah Sparrow, honoring the rich cultural traditions and history of the Musqueam people. This $94 million investment means parents know their children are safe at school during an earthquake. And it also provides a welcoming, modern learning environment that will serve the community for decades to come. Honorable Speaker, I started this speech by talking about people as our greatest asset and the need to come together to address the challenges we face. I want to thank folks in this room for their time and leave with an offer. As Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, my door is always open. Reconciliation is not and should not be a partisan issue. It is time to move beyond that. It's our duty to do the uncomfortable and difficult work, to do better and be better, to learn from past mistakes and lead our province into a better future. And I am here to support all members of this House in that shared work that we have ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member from Abbotsford South.
Why, thank you, Madam Speaker, and welcome and congratulations on the position. I believe this is the first opportunity I've had to speak before you and, in fact, this House. I don't think heckling counts, does it? No, it does not. Up here it is, yeah. You know, I am deeply honored to serve again as the member for Abbotsford South. I want to thank my constituents. I want to thank the hardworking people of Abbotsford South who have put their trust in me. I also want to thank my wife, who reminds me every time I leave to get on the ferry to come here how she just doesn't like being left alone. Political life is hard, Madam Speaker, as we all in this House know, and it is probably hardest on our families and our loved ones. And I want to thank my family and loved ones. And yes, I do have a few loved ones that actually love me in return. I got to pay my brother for that, though, but that's another one. Yeah. I know you love me, too, yes. I want to thank my campaign team, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my supporters, most of all, for their dedication and their faith in me. This past year, this past term, has been an interesting term, Madam Speaker. I do believe I am a handful of MLAs who have actually been a member of 3 parties in the same term. You know, when I crossed the floor to join the Conservative Party of BC, I had no idea what was going to happen. Some thought I was making a mistake, and they were more than willing to phone me and stop me on the streets and inform me exactly of that. But I stood by my convictions, and I especially want to take a moment to literally the hundreds of supporters who commended my courage and my conviction for doing so. It was deeply moving to have them thank me for doing what they thought was the right thing to do. Today, we can see that the people of British Columbia, they have spoken loud and clear, Madam Speaker. We saw a shift in politics in British Columbia. It happens maybe once or twice in every 2 or 3 generations, Madam Speaker. It was a dramatic shift in the politics in this province, and the Conservative Party of British Columbia is now the official opposition and the largest opposition in our province's history. Now, as loud as I can be, Madam Speaker, I know that this government does not need to listen to me personally, but they sure as heck better listen to the people of British Columbia that sent this government a loud message that they are not prepared to have the business as it's been for the last 8 years underneath this government. The people who feel unheard, people who feel left behind, people who have had to close and lock the doors of their businesses and are frustrated by years of radical NDP mismanagement. Madam Speaker, I listened to the Throne speech last week, and as I listened, I couldn't help but notice it was filled with the same tired rhetoric, the same recycled promises, and the same empty assurances that we've heard year after year after year from this NDP government. If I had $1 for every time I have heard we're working on it, we're listening, or for every broken promise, I'd be a wealthy man indeed. Promises that have been broken time and time again, while hardworking British Columbians continue to struggle. Like the renter's rebate, Madam Speaker, that took way too long, and when it did come, most didn't qualify for it. And now, the promise of $1,000, Madam Speaker, to help people with their rent, when we had massive deficits and times were tough in this province, that promise is now gone too. Shame. Now, my riding of Abbotsford South is a hub of industry and innovation. Yes, we are very, very, very proud of our agriculture. It is the most productive agricultural land in all of Canada in my riding, Madam Speaker. But we also have aerospace technology. The very planes that put out our fires are built in Abbotsford. We also have aerospace technology when it comes to the Hercules aircraft. They're totally rebuilt there, Madam Speaker. We also have a university. And we actually have, a lot of people don't know, we mine for aggregate. There's not much exciting about mining for rocks, Madam Speaker, until you need it for a road base or until you need it to build a foundation, a bridge, or a skyscraper. Those dump trucks you see are most likely coming from Abbotsford. We have manufacturing, we have tourism, we have sports. We have the second professional hockey team, Madam Speaker, the Abbotsford Canucks. And you will often see them play for the Vancouver Canucks when they get called up. We have a hospital and cancer center. And if you have watched a Hallmark Christmas film, Madam Speaker, it was probably filmed in Abbotsford. Odds are. We're home to world-class aerospace technologies, as I've mentioned. And we also have the largest population base for a university, Madam Speaker, that is not a comprehensive university. And what that means is we have it does do research, but it's primarily vocational. And I will campaign hard to ensure that we end up with a comprehensive university in Abbotsford. The NDP, sad to say, in this throne speech has done little to support any of the industries that I have mentioned. Instead of fostering growth, this government has spent 8 years of drowning businesses in red tape and unnecessary bureaucracy and excessive taxation. Why are we making it harder for businesses in BC to thrive? Why does it take the threat of a tariff for this NDP government to wake up? What the heck were they doing for the last 8 years, Madam Speaker? Rather than helping to support high tech, they did everything in their power to stifle it. Mom and pop businesses are closing at an unprecedented rate. As a matter of fact, 54% of those polled do not expect to have their doors open within 4 years. Let that sink in. BC, sad to say, is a province under drastic decline under the last 8 years of NDP government. The only thing big, and it sure as heck ain't better, after 8 long years of NDP rule, is the size of government and the prolific debt that this government has brought that our grandchildren will be forced to pay off. And it's selfish, Madam Speaker, because this government knows they're not going to be around to fix this mess. Housing affordability is worse than ever. BC is now one of the most expensive places in North America, if not the world, to live. After 8 years, the NDP promised solutions. They're great at promising solutions. We heard them all over this throne speech. Yet we only see a bureaucratic, one-size-fits-all housing policies that are literally being shoved and forced upon local governments that actually know how to get things done. So rather than work with local governments, they force their will on local governments. Do it our way or else. Local governments know what's best for their communities. I was a mayor. I was on council. We do not need, or they do not need, big bureaucratic government enforcing their will upon them. Work with people. Don't demand of them. Our economy in British Columbia is stagnant, and the cost of living crisis is now out of control. The carbon tax, interest rates, inflation are literally pushing BC families to the brink. Most are within $200 a month of not being able to pay their bills. So the NDP's so-called affordability plan, a hallmark of one of the promises, was that broken promise of $1,000 to help pay for groceries. They conveniently found a way to dodging then sidestepping that one, Madam Speaker, and conveniently blamed it on somebody else. So what do British Columbians get in return? Record high grocery bills, record high rents, record high unaffordability. It is no wonder that 1 out of 3 British Columbians are considering leaving the province, and half of our youth are considering leaving. The NDP are failing British Columbians and farmers in rural communities and my community as well. The Fraser Valley, as I mentioned, is literally the grocery basket for British Columbia, yet the farmers are struggling now like never before. And a local farmer told me, and as I will remind this House, the devastating floods hit my riding probably the hardest. And one of the farmers said to me, he said, you know, the flood waters are gone. They've receded. But myself and many other farmers I know are still underwater financially, and the much promised help from the government has been bundled up in red tape, and worse than that, on the papers they get deny, deny, deny. The Atmospheric River was devastating. Farmers actually had to rely on charity and donations. The government, according to them, did little in many cases. In fact, monies that could have been spent to protect this farmland, to ensure that the flood waters had another way out to the Fraser when they come again, was spent on a sewer line in a different part of the province. That is not having farmers' backs in any way, shape, or form. Farmers tell me that the agricultural land reserve needs urgent modernization. I was shocked to hear that vertical farming is not allowed on ALR land. Let that sink in. It needs to be addressed. We need, yet once again, to listen to those that grow our food and say, what can we do to help? What can we do to make things better? BC has lost multiple, I won't use the fancy term, I'll use the term slaughterhouses, abattoirs, and food processing plants due to NDP overregulation and big government bureaucracy. Instead of supporting value-added products, the NDP is burdening farmers with more red tape. And you know, Madam Speaker, farmers don't get a day off. Cows don't say, hey, it's the weekend, go ahead, sleep in. Oh, I don't need to be milked today, come back tomorrow. It doesn't work that way. Chickens need to be fed every day. You can't just say, hey, you know what, I'm going to Hawaii for 2 weeks, I'll catch you when I get back. It doesn't work that way. Crops need to be planted when the weather gives you the opportunity, and they need to be harvested. Farmers work round the clock to put food on our table in this province, and it's high time that this House started respecting them for the hard work they do and putting their money where their mouth is, Madam Speaker. Now, the BC's industrial sector is also collapsing, and the NDP are also to blame. Forestry. You know, I believe when this government took over, Merritt had 6 sawmills. It's my understanding the last one is now closed. And sadly, that is a story that's gone across British Columbia, where we have watched sawmill after sawmill just close up and disappear. And when it comes to common sense ideas like after a wildfire, removing the red tape so we can get in there and grab that valuable timber that still has value and process it, and the companies will reforest on the way out, helping these areas to stabilize. Oh, no, we got to do 14 studies and you got to fill out 15 pages of red tape, and we can't do that. It just is slow and cumbersome to respond. Then we get into, because this government can't figure out how to build affordable housing, how to build affordable housing and stimulate it, their attack is in on short-term rentals, because we do need places for people to live. Well, let's take a look at how that plays out, Madam Speaker. We're now hearing that here in Victoria, a tourism capital of British Columbia, that there aren't places for people to stay anymore, and that the rents in the hotels are skyrocketing and making it unaffordable. And it's not just here, it's in through other cities throughout the province as well. This is what happens when you fail to plan. The NDP claim they're streamlining environmental approvals. Okay, that was great. We're going to streamline environmental approval. But wait, there's a catch. It's only for the cherry-picked projects that this government thinks is worthy of streamlining. So let's get this straight. Our rules apply if and when we want them to. We're going to cherry-pick and we're going to bend and break rules as we see fit, rather than having a level playing field for all. That is dangerous and frightening. Absolutely. Dangerous and frightening. The average wait time for a permit to get a mine in British Columbia is 17 years. Now, British Columbia, of the 23 minerals we need for modern life, we are fortunate enough to sit on approximately 17 of them. Do you think investment is going to come here when it takes 17 years? It's going to go somewhere else. It's not acceptable. And not only that, then we get into the NDP's reckless drug criminalization. That experiment has been a dismal failure. Government-funded safe supply. So hardworking British Columbians are paying taxes to supply drugs that are flooding our streets. Oh, no, that's not happening, they said. Until the RCMP said, yes, it is, and here's the proof. We have encampments that are growing. I know in my riding, it is all throughout provincial, all along the provincial freeways and provincial lands, their encampments are growing. And the local police are told, stay away unless it's a 911 call. You're not allowed to enforce the rules. We now have in one area where rats are literally tunneling under the #1 freeway. Tunneling under. Like, what is that going to do to the road base underneath that? Local businesses are suffering. In Abbotsford, of all places, we have a drugstore and a grocery store that is now going to get their personnel, like police, to wear body cams. Because the theft, and more importantly, the violence has become that bad. Yeah, that's something to be proud of if I was on the other side of the aisle. Big time. Employees are now wearing body cams. It is a shameful disgrace of the lawlessness that has been allowed to continue under 8 years, and it was not addressed in this throne speech. Local businesses are suffering, and you know what? For those at home in that grocery store, guess what? When you go there, you're going to pay for the body cams, because I don't see the government coughing up the bucks for them. Law-abiding citizens deserve safe streets, not chaos and violence. British Columbians deserve, in fact, they should demand safe communities. Yet under the NDP, after 8 miserable years, crime, drug use, and public disorder have spiraled out of control. We've heard it. Killings, stabbings, hands being severed under their watch. It is a failed experiment, and it needs to come to an end. The citizens of British Columbia deserve better than what this government has given them for the last 8 years. They denied that these drugs were going out. They laughed at this side of the House when we said, look, this is what's going on. It wasn't until the police said, no, the opposition is actually right, and you better do something about it because these drugs are being used as cash. Dillies. You know, when I was a kid, Dillies was a dilly bar at the Dairy Queen. It wasn't a drug. But that's what's being peddled to our kids. We heard time and time again of the tragic results of those that are 14 or even younger, that their lives are being lost to drugs that probably were supplied by tax dollars. And rather than give treatment, this government handed out more drugs. Hey, why don't we just start handing out bottles to all the alcoholics while we're at it? That makes no sense. It's ridiculous when you look at it, yet that's exactly what this government did. Blood is on their hands, Madam Speaker. It could have been avoided. And it should have been avoided. And then when it came to violent repeat offenders, what did we do? It reminds me of the doors of this house right here, Madam Speaker. It's a revolving door that just spins around. Round and round and round it goes, and in many cases, as we have heard here on the island, the perpetrators of violence were out on the streets while the individual was still in the hospital. Sometimes they are out before the police have even finished their paperwork. We deserve better. British Columbians deserve better. Conservatives believe in treatment and recovery, not taxpayer-funded drug distribution. Let's solve the problem, not add to it. It's common sense. His throne speech, it took tariffs to understand that we needed to expand international trade. What did this government do? It shut down the foreign offices because, well, that was the other guy's idea. That had to be bad. Let's shut that down. Kind of like a bridge I know that was shut down and we still don't have a tunnel that replaces it. Can't do that. That was the other guy's idea. It's ridiculous. Conservatives believe in treatment and recovery, not taxpayer-funded drug distribution. We will ensure that the justice puts victims first, and we will fight for that. And it's time to take back our streets and put public safety ahead of the NDP's failed radical ideological experiments. It ain't working. It's time to end it. This NDP closed the international trade offices, I said, only now to admit that they need to do it. And then here we have, Madam Speaker, we have heard that we are importing coal from the United States, which they don't want to put through their ports, yet we treat LNG as if it's filthy and it's dirty. That could pay for an awful lot of the things that we want. Yet this government has dragged its heels and done nothing about it. It's time to get a fire underneath them and get it done. You know what? As a Conservative Party, here's what we believe in, Madam Speaker. We want to see jobs and economic growth. We want to see housing solutions driven by local communities. We want public safety that puts law-abiding citizens first, and we want a strong agricultural and resource-based economy. We want to put people back to work again. The Conservative Party of BC is going to continue to fight to restore prosperity, safety, and affordability. We're going to fight as hard as we can to cut red tape, lower taxes, and bring back common sense. Madam Speaker, I love my home. My family came to this province in 1862. We've lived in the Fraser Valley for most of that time. I have 3 grandchildren. One's already left BC, probably not going to come back. The second, the marine biologist is thinking of leaving, also because she can't see herself ever being able to afford a house here. And the third is 12. I don't want to see them forced out of BC. I don't want to be packing up the 12-year-old stuff in his car, having to look him in the eye and listen to him say, Papa, I don't want to go, but I have to because I can't afford to live here. Why the hell didn't you fight for me? I listened last night, Madam Speaker, to one of my colleagues who broke down and said, my daughter is working in a foreign country and can't afford to come back. I just want my daughter back. That's why this side of the House is going to hold that side of the House accountable, because future generations depend on it. Enough's enough. The NDP has had 8 long years to make life affordable, and all that's happened is it's made life harder for British Columbians. It is time to end this failed experiment, and for common sense and that side of the House to actually listen to some of the ideas of this side of the House and implement them, instead of doing everything they can with their radical ideology to block it off. They say they want to work with us. Well, that involves listening, and instead of just saying, there's work to be done, there's work to be done, how about instead of promises and public announcements, you actually do the work? That would be a refreshing change. British Columbians deserve leadership that puts them first, not ideological agendas. And people are tired of government overreach, rising costs, and a lack of accountability, such as an $18,000 minimum wage hike that every single member on that side of the House got, and then didn't bother to show up for work until now. The Conservative Party is BC here to fight for the people of this province. We want to restore prosperity, freedom, and common sense. We have to empower local communities to support our businesses, create real opportunities for future generations. And we will not stop fighting until British Columbia is once again the most affordable and prosperous province to live, work, play, and raise a family in this beautiful province and beautiful country that we live in. Madam Speaker, I have faith in the citizens of this province. Sadly, after eight long years, I'm not so sure I have that much faith that anything is going to change, especially based on the hollow words that yet once again were in this throne speech by this government. It's hollow, it's disingenuous, and they need to actually work with this side of the House so that we can put this province back on the economic map and make it the greatest province in Canada to live in again, because it sure as heck is unaffordable right now, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and it's nice to see you in the chair. Congratulations on your position. It is such an honor to rise in this House on the territory of the Lekwungen-speaking people of the Esquimalt and Songhees First Nation in support of our government's speech from the throne. It is a serious speech for a serious time. And its themes of a resilience, of strengthening our economy, and strengthening our federal and our international relationships, of the importance of community solidarity, of our commitment to do right by British Columbians, these themes and this time, what is sort of in the air these days, certainly in my community, and I know in many communities across the province, do bring to mind our experience during COVID, around how we came together in struggle, how we found so much strength in our communities, how we dealt with profound loss and found hope in a way forward. And we today find ourselves again in a profoundly difficult time with a serious attack in the form of a trade war that we did not ask for. But I do want to say, just before I get into the substance of my comments, I need to provide just a personal reflection on loss and hope, which have been consistent themes in my life over the past few years. And I know we all know this, but none of us end up in this place on our own. We rely on the strong support from our families and from our communities. And that has been particularly true for me in this last period of time, because just after the writ dropped last September, my life partner, my soulmate, my very best friend in the world, Francois, he died after a very, very difficult battle with cancer. And, his commitment to human dignity, to the values of social solidarity, have always been a beacon for me since I was 23. And I will carry that with me always in my heart. And what he would say to us in this time is, indignez-vous. And I want to say that I would not have gotten through that period. I would not be getting through this period without my stepkids. And I really want to send such a strong message to Antoine and Flav and Maxime to just know how much I love you, how much your dad loved you, and how grateful I am for you as we work together to build a new family, a new world for our family. And I also wanted to, of course, thank my family here in BC, and in particular my sisters, Nancy and Hillary, who have been with me every step of the way. And too, in the midst of the sort of darkest and really most difficult period that I could ever imagine in my life, my community rallied around me. My campaign team was extraordinary. They wrapped me in a warm blanket of support, and I am so profoundly grateful and indebted to them. And in particular, I just can't thank Cheryl and Judy, Darcy, who sat in this house once, Sarah, Delaney, and everyone who was on the team. Thank you so much for your care. It is an extraordinary honor and a privilege to serve my community in this house. And I will say that, showing up is really just something my community does. During COVID, we showed up for small businesses, for seniors who are isolated, for vulnerable members of our community, for healthcare workers. And we knew that there would be a vaccine at the end of that process, and we trusted in the science. And I can tell you how grateful I was on behalf of my elderly mother who was in long-term care at the time. I can't tell you how grateful I was for the science of vaccines at that time. We knew we would see the other side of the pandemic, and that was important. I think psychologically for us, that was important, as tough as that time was. But what is different now about this crisis is that it is harder to see what the other side will look like. And this crisis, I think, will test us in different and very difficult ways. But I am confident that we will come together to do what we need to do to protect our communities. And in my community, we are so lucky to have a terrific Chamber of Commerce and business improvement associations who really understand that for us, small businesses, they are the backbone of our local economy. And they advocate so effectively for all of our business districts, from 12th Avenue to Uptown to Downtown and over to Sapperton. And now for my riding, extending up North Road a little bit to take in part of that Coquitlam-Burnaby area where we are seeing a growing and vibrant Korean business community. And I know that shopping local is a point of pride. And I just have to point out that the Cougar Paper Mill, a fixture on the Fraser River waterfront for a very long time, and just a short walk down river from where I live, produces, among many other products, Purex bathroom tissue. And I don't know that there'll be a run on that in the way that there was during COVID times, but I can tell you that for that necessity of life, you cannot get more local than that. And thank you, Kruger, for all you do in our community. There is so much in this throne speech that really illuminates the theme of resiliency given these times and the serious attack that we are under from the US government. And I think about the work of organizations in my community that really take care of people, groups like Family Place, who support new parents and babies and toddlers, and really help parents figure out how to engage and start successfully on their parenting journey. I think about Dan's Legacy, who is working with some of the most vulnerable youth. They are nimble and incredibly innovative. They provide counseling, they run Dan's Diner, they train youth to work in the restaurant field. They feed much of downtown New Westminster through the work that those kids do, learning how to cook in a kitchen, and they sell that food. I think about groups who support vulnerable populations like United Gospel Mission, do terrifically important work. The Homelessness Services Association of BC, which is downtown, Purpose Society, all of the work that our faith communities do across many denominations and many parts of our city, and particularly on food security issues. And these groups, they're the bellwether. They often experience and sort of see challenges related to increases in vulnerability before they might show up for the rest of the community. They all do fundamentally important work, and we are going to need them more than ever in the months and years ahead. Every day in my community, I see the impact of the work that our government has done over the last 2 mandates in supporting people and families on housing, affordable housing projects like Moita Lalem, a project of Luma Development Management to provide multi-generational affordable housing for Indigenous and Black people in New West. There's Pacific Artist Lodge, an affordable housing project in downtown New West. I mean, these beautiful buildings are providing hundreds of people with desperately needed homes. We've broken ground on supportive housing at 6th and Agnes, where an important partnership between BC Housing and Lookout Society, supported with support from the City of New West and the province, will provide homes and services to some of our most vulnerable unhoused community members. And the Rental Protection Fund has supported the New Hope Society purchase an 11-unit building uptown, ensuring that those tenants will not be displaced from their homes. At Douglas College, we're building 368 units of student housing, as well as new academic space, as the college expands their critically important work educating our youth and training the next generation of professionals across every discipline. This will take pressure off of the local rental housing market and open up more homes for people in our community. And what I would say about all of these projects that I've described here is that they really reflect the importance of strong relationships between all levels of government and all parties involved in the development process. I have to just stop for a moment, though, to reflect that in my community, I really feel like we were dealt a bit of a body blow a few days ago with the news that Glacier Media will be shutting down our local newspaper, the Royal City Record, as well as the Burnaby Now and the Tri-Cities News. And I gotta say, I frankly despair for the state of local media and the access for people in our communities, particularly seniors and folks who don't access or can't access online news. You know, the prospect of not having that community voice to reflect the stories, the local stories of our community is a bit of a gut punch. But I did spend some time over the weekend reviewing old issues of the Record and looking at their coverage of significant local events, like the devastating fire that destroyed a significant portion of Westminster Pier Park in September 2020, highlighting the emotional impact of that on the community. So many stories profiling local businesses, community organizations, successes, youth who are doing amazing things in our community. And I know that Teresa McManus was in the stands during that incredibly exciting late summer in 2023 at the Queen's Park Arena when lacrosse, which is always a big deal in New West, became larger than life in our community. Our Salmon Bellies competed on the home floor against the Six Nations Chiefs to packed stands for the Mann Cup. Now, Teresa has told so many important stories with a sharp eye and a compassionate voice, like her stories about the Senior Services Society and their work to advocate for vulnerable seniors, particularly on housing issues. And I think, too, of Julia McClellan writing a deeply moving and eloquent essay about her father's death from COVID, her words channeling the grief that many of us experienced during that time, and the recognition of her work, a vast body of work, advocacy, work on reporting on education, on so many things in New Westminster. She won a gold medal award from the Canadian Online Publishing Awards for her work. You know, journalists like Teresa and Julia and all of the others at the Record have been such important storytellers about our lives. They've been a critical part of the fabric of life in our community, and their work will be sorely missed. It was hard when they stopped printing the paper a couple of years ago, but the ending of this operation really leaves our community in a news desert. And yet there is so much in our community that deserves to be reported on, from the Hayak Parade to the Pride Festival to all of the sports and arts events to the cultural crawl, the garden gals, the minor hockey, now ball hockey. I mean, we will have to come together and find new ways to tell our stories, and we will do that. As the Minister of Labour, and I just want to say what an incredible honour it is to have been asked to serve as BC's Minister of Labour. It is a sector I've spent much of my life working in, and I feel very strongly about it, and I'm very committed to. I think the parts of the throne speech that really resonated for me were the emphasis placed on strengthening and growing our economy, while at the same time ensuring that those benefits that come from that are shared widely amongst all people. The speech acknowledges the need to work with labour unions, with Indigenous communities, with businesses, across all partners, to create jobs, to build infrastructure, and drive innovation. And again, doing that in a way that guides us towards more economic independence is more important now than ever before. We need an inclusive economy that works for everyone. I want to take a moment to thank my predecessor in this role, Harry Baines, for his extraordinary work over 7 years as Labour Minister. He started out as working in a sawmill, was involved in his union, and wound up being Minister of Labour. His story is an extraordinary story of resilience and possibility, and he has been a fierce advocate for working people. And it's through his leadership that we have achieved such an incredible amount of work on improving conditions when it comes to the conditions for working people in this province. You know, when we formed government in 2017, BC had one of the lowest minimum wages in the country, and now we have one of the highest. And I will just say, a rising tide does lift all boats. That is important. BC is also at the forefront in Canada when it comes to improving working conditions for app-based and ride-hail and delivery service gig workers, a brand new way in which our economy is operating, and completely new relationships between employers and their employees. We introduced 5 days of employer-paid sick leave. We brought in significant improvements to the Labor Relations Code. After years as well of critically important worker safety issues being ignored, we worked to ensure that we establish training and licensing requirements for workers and companies handling asbestos, and recognizing the need for increased safety and training on construction sites and with crane operations. And I will just say that there are far too many workers who do not go home at the end of the day, or who go home with occupational illness or injury that fundamentally alter the course of their lives, and we must work with urgency to stop that from occurring. We also, in this House, unanimously passed legislation to repeal one of the most punitive and anti-worker pieces of legislation that was ever passed in this House, Bill 29, that resulted in the mass firing of 10,000 healthcare workers, mostly women, many workers of color, and really ruptured the healthcare team for a generation in our healthcare system. That legislation has been repealed and those workers have been returned to the public healthcare system. In 2017, we also made it easier for workers who had been injured on the job or who had been made ill by the work that they do to access the health care they need. We added several types of cancer to the list of diseases that firefighters are at increased risk from, so that they too get the care and supports that they need and get them quickly. We've worked to improve access to mental health care. And we have worked very closely with construction employers, with construction unions, with public health, health authorities, and WorkSafe to address the unacceptable toll of the toxic drug crisis on construction workers. Now, there is more to do to ensure that workers have the protections and the care and the support that they need for both their physical and mental health, and we will do that work. By working together collaboratively, we will create more jobs. We will empower workers with the skills that they need for the jobs of tomorrow, and we will ensure that no one is left behind. And I think that key message of the throne speech is an important one for British Columbians, because I think what British Columbians need right now is a sense of stability, of security. They need to know that we all have their backs and that we are going to work to ensure that we don't leave anyone behind. Our government plans to expedite 18 major projects valued at $20 billion in investments in our province. And that really speaks to the commitment to immediate action that will benefit families and communities across the province. And these projects, spanning critical sectors such as natural gas, clean energy, mining, are not only about economic growth, they will create good family-supporting jobs. They're also about ensuring that our province's prosperity is sustainable and equitable. And it is particularly encouraging to see that 12 of these projects are majority-owned by First Nations, reflecting a true spirit of reconciliation and partnership. And as we continue to diversify our economy, we place and will continue to place a strong emphasis on the need to strengthen British Columbia's global relationships by expanding trade partnerships with Asia, with Europe, and beyond, work that we have been doing successfully over the last number of years. And we will work to open up new markets for our industries, creating long-term growth opportunities for workers and business alike. However, the challenges that we face are not solely economic in nature. We have to confront the very real threats to our sovereignty, to our way of life. And this commitment in the throne speech speaks to this issue with the utmost clarity. British Columbia will not be intimidated. We will not be dictated to by forces beyond our borders. This situation, while deeply concerning, reminds us of the importance of standing together as one, united in defense of our economic interests and our sovereignty as a province and as a nation. We will stand firm against unjust tariffs, and we will continue to advocate for the fair treatment of British Columbians and Canadians. We did not ask for this trade war, but we will respond with strength, with innovation, and on the other side of this will be a stronger British Columbia. As the Minister of Labour, I recognize, of course, that the well-being of our province's people extends beyond just the economy. Our government's approach to social progress, of course, is equally important. And so when we support families with affordable childcare, we open up opportunities for workers to re-enter the workforce. And again, I see the direct impact of our government's work on childcare across the province and in my own community. And I want to just tell you a story about Sarah, who is a neighbor and a local parent who works on the front lines of our social services system, supporting in homelessness services. And Sarah and her partner have 3 kids, 3 young kids. And she was not, their middle child had been in the childcare at Douglas College. And she was not able with their youngest child to go back to work full-time, but kept phoning. And when she called Douglas College one day, the childcare center, to inquire about a spot, she was told that there was a full-time place available, but she was not sure that that was going to be workable until they told her, well, that spot it's $300 a month. And she was floored. She was actually speechless. Because this would allow her to return to work full-time. And if not for the work, if not for our affordable childcare benefit, she would not, those fees would not be only $300 a month, and she would not be able to afford to work full-time in a job that, frankly, our community and our province really need her to be doing. The dramatic reduction in childcare fees means that parents like Sarah can return to the workforce. Likewise, when we invest in education and skills training, we equip our future workforce with the tools that they need in order to thrive in an ever-changing global landscape. And that also is more important now than ever. When Premier Eby appointed me as Minister of Labour, he entrusted me with several key priorities, priorities that support working people and their families. Those are values I know we all share. Priorities like standing up for workers facing exploitation, supporting workers who are experiencing domestic abuse, partnering with the Ministry of Health to support trade workers affected by the drug crisis, collaborating with WorkSafe on injury prevention and supporting injured workers' return to work, and ensuring the standards and protections that we brought in for gig workers last year have a positive impact and are rolling out as we planned. And I am excited to work with all of our partners as we move forward on these priorities in the coming weeks and months. Another area that has been so important to the work of our government is, of course, housing. And, of course, working people and working families need housing. They need places to live. And our plan to deliver 300,000 new middle-class homes over the next decade will help ensure that workers in sectors like retail and construction and services can live closer to their jobs. By living closer to their jobs, workers will be reducing their commute time and improving their quality of life. This is a tangible step forward to ensuring that the benefits of our growing economy are felt by everyone and not just a select few. The commitment to supporting vulnerable workers is also a cornerstone of our government's agenda. Our efforts to combat credit card fraud, to protect people from unfair practices, and address the rising cost of living reflect a commitment to the everyday concerns of British Columbians. And these actions are not just about economics. They are about building a fairer, more just society where the hardworking people of this province can get ahead. And our government's actions are also, in this regard, deeply aligned with our commitment to healthcare. And that's important. As me from New West, I live in the community that has the province's first hospital. I mean, we're adding nurses and family doctors and building new clinics. In fact, 30 new or upgraded hospitals, 11 long-term care centers, 4 cancer centers, and one of those upgraded hospitals is in New Westminster, where we are adding, we've added hundreds of desperately needed additional beds. When the new tower opens, there will be a new emergency room, an entire floor for interventional radiology. It is RCH is already a crown jewel in our community and for the province, and we are working to improve access to health care across the province. And we know that by supporting our healthcare workers, we ensure that our public healthcare system remains strong and capable of providing the life-saving care that everybody needs without exception. You know, in this time of uncertainty, we have to recognize and really stand on the value of unity. I just want to take a moment to thank the City of New Westminster for their leadership in responding to many of the challenges that lots of communities I know are facing today with their crisis response project, which has city outreach workers working across different agencies, healthcare, mental health, to coordinate supports for people who are unhoused or who are experiencing crisis. And that really builds on the peer assisted care teams that we have there, the ACT teams, the work that the Health Authority does. And you really see people working with compassion on very difficult issues that I know many of our communities are challenged with. But it reminds me about the incredible strength that comes from standing together, the incredible strength of solidarity. And I think that as British Columbians and as Canadians, we will never lose sight of our values, of our sovereignty, and of our commitment to each other. This period of time just feels to me like we are in a real moment in history. It's a real turning point for our province. And there's a call to action here that combines economic growth and development with social progress, that combines our sovereignty with unity and our resilience with optimism. And we will stand up for British Columbia and Canada together, facing the challenges we have head on. We will not leave people here to fend for themselves. I have to say that one of the notions that guides me in all of the work that I do in my life comes from J.S. Wordsworth. What we desire for ourselves, we wish for all. And to this end, may we take up our share in the world's work and our share in the world's struggles. There are a lot of struggles to be had these days and a lot of work to do, and I am so grateful to be in this House with our team to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Chair recognizes the Leader of the Official Opposition and the Member of Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to move forward the motion that is in my names on the order papers, that the motion on the address in reply to the speech from the throne be amended by adding the underlined words, "We, His Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia, in session assembled beg leave to thank Your Honour for the gracious speech from which Your Honour has addressed us at the opening of the present session, but Your Honour's present government does not have confidence of the Legislature. With that, I just wanted to have a few brief comments with this. Our province has never been more vulnerable. Our budget is completely out of hand, with a massive deficit, record deficits, with debt, with the amount of money that's being put out just to pay for interest. Our affordability has never been worse in this province. Housing has never been worse in this province. Our economy is struggling. Our resource sector is completely being hammered. People have lost confidence in being able to invest in this province. Healthcare is complete shambles. Closures is the name of the day everywhere around this province. Having to wait 18 hours in a city like Surrey for emergency room is absolutely unacceptable. Fentanyl, the number of people who have passed from overdoses is just, it's unbelievable to think about that. Just think, residential schools, 4,000 children lost their lives, which is absolutely horrendous. Yet 16,328 people have lost their lives so far and counting due to overdoses with very little action. There is no significant advancement in terms of recovery beds and treatment, no opportunity to be able to fund abstinence-based treatment. This is absolutely horrendous. And as a province, Mr. Speaker, we are now importing somewhere between 20 and 30% of the electricity.
Thank you, Member. I invite the Leader of the Official Opposition to please resume his seat. Members, pursuant to Standing Order 45A, Schedule 1 and Sub 2, I must interrupt the debate and put the question on the amendment moved by the Leader of the Official Opposition, which members can refer to in the order paper. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. Division has been called.
Hello? Sheldon?
Member for Bulkley Valley, we can hear you now. That's fine. You're connected. Thank you. Members, those members are online. Please turn your cameras on. Thank you. Members, the question before the House is the amendment to the motion on the address in reply to the speech from the throne moved by the leader of the official opposition and seconded by official opposition House Leader, adding the following words to the motion. But your Honor's present government does not have the confidence of the Legislative Assembly. Those in favor, please rise or indicate. Please be seated. Those who oppose, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Be seated. And the clerk will call on members who are online now.
MLA Hartwell.
I vote in favor of the motion. Aye.
Minister Lohr.
I vote nay.
Minister Popham.
I vote nay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Those voting aye, Sturko, Kindy, Millibar, Warbus, Rustad, Banman, Watt, Cooner, Halford, Hartwell, Neufeld, Van Popta, Dew, Gasper, Neufeld, Brody, Block, Bangu, Peyton, Boltby, Chan, Tour, Hepner, Giddens, Rattay, Davis, Armstrong, McInnes, Bird, Lucht, Stamer, Maas, Tepper, Mock, Wilson, Keeley, Claire, Day, Williams, Lowen, Dhaliwal, Dirksen, Chapman, and McCall, 44. Those voting nay, Lohr, Anderson, Blatherick, Elmore, Sunner, Toporowski, Anderson, Neal, Osborne, Bra, Davidson, Callon, Parmar, Gibson, Bear, Chandra Herbert, Wickens, Kang, Morissette, Sandu, Krieger, Chant, Lajeunesse, Choi, Rochford, Higginson, Rutledge, Popham, Dix, Sharma, Farnworth, Eby, Bailey, Begg, Green, Whiteside, Boyle, Ma, Young, Malcolmson, Chow, Glumac, Aurora, Shaw, Phillip, Deere, Valorat, and Botterill, 48.
Motion is defeated. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move adjournment of the debate.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the debate. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move the House to now adjourn.
You heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow.